All right, and we're live. So today we're gonna continue our playthrough of Kara no Shoujo, the second episode, aka The Shell Part 2 Purgatorio. So yesterday we started shortly after Reiji returned from his investigation in Toyama. Yeah, as you may remember, we found out a couple of pieces of information there. Plus, we got to witness another murder on Yuka Kirimura, namely. So we were there, and uh, after returning, oh yeah, and we also got like a sample of the original Lord Hina. And we sent Masaki, aka Ayato, back to Tokyo alone, first of all, with the samples we've taken, both of the clay dolls, but also, said sample of Lord Hina. And yeah, as a result of that, we found out later on during the analysis part that, as a matter of fact, all the clay dolls were manufactured from a soil type that originates in the Kanto region. So it's while the soil type that Lord Hina was made of is actually from Toyama, from Hokuriku, I think, region. And yeah, so what can we make of that? The conclusion of that was that we're basically the killer brought the doll from Tokyo to Toyama, and even though it doesn't give us an indication who the killer is per se, we do know that they've in fact operate. It's the same person who did the act or in Tokyo and in Hitogata. Yeah, that's right. So we came back and that was one aspect what we've seen, and another one was proceeded a little bit with the investigation towards the blessed congregation in some way, shape, or form, because they apparently had run an orphanage a long time ago, and in some form, way, shape, or form, they must be connected to to our characters in the story. We can't exactly say 100% yet how it worked out, but we do know that Yukiko apparently, when she was younger, had a brother that she can't remember anymore, and since she is adopted, the likelihood is high that there is some kind of connection in that area. And yeah, we also had another interesting aspect in yesterday's session. We had that whole incident with Michiru, and Michiru, the girl from the hospital, who up until now was really just a side character, if we're being honest. She got kidnapped all of a sudden, and when she just returned by herself, or I guess Koharu found her, but she brought her back to the hospital. She wouldn't talk about what happened. She said she made a promise with someone, and that alone gave Reiji like a reason to look into it, or more precisely, he basically told Ayato to interview Rokushiki about the Michiru, since he was her former psychiatrist, and that he actually did. And surprisingly enough, Rokushiki talked a lot on that particular day. It's been said that he hadn't talked like for almost 2 years until Reiji first got him to talk. And yeah, he just continued that on the next session with Ayato apparently. And it turns out that I think she was also adopted, as far as I understand, and she had some problems with her parents, because I feel like I remember them being like part of the blessed congregation as well, and as such, they didn't. That's what Michiru herself said. They didn't really visit her at all in the hospital, and yeah, So there's probably some kind of connection with that as well. We're not entirely sure how that helps us, but what we can say is probably that the person who quote-unquote kidnapped her most likely didn't appear as a threat to her, because otherwise she wouldn't treat it the same way that she does. But yeah, that's pretty much. Oh yeah, there was one more thing at the end. We went to Hinagami Pharmaceuticals, and there we got another name for a bridal candidate from Shizuru Hinagami. He basically told us that he sometimes only knows the names of the mothers connected to the candidates. And as such, he had written down on the list the name of Mizuki Itose, the second victim's mother, her name. And there was another person. I forget what her name was, Midori something, Yoshino or so, I believe. Yeah, so she's next on the list. So we at least have a better idea who to protect now. And speaking of protecting, we had like this conversation later on with Karen Hinagami, and he was this is where we struggled a little bit yesterday, because we had this question where Reiji was talking to her about. He suspected her in some shape or form. First of all, he thought it was because they wanted to take over the Hinagami family, but then, yeah, or I guess he at least bluffed, because he already knew that Karen was infertile and couldn't therefore officially take over. But when she denied it, obviously, we did kind of throw accusations back and forth, because Reiji clarified that the person must have been, traveling from Tokyo to Hitogata when it comes to the location of the murders, and that only leaves like a certain circle of people, including Karen and Reiji himself, of course. And so he said something like, if I were the killer, there would be someone I would have to kill. And that kind of got her attention in some shape. But really, there wasn't that much we could answer there. So I went through all the bridal candidates that they mentioned, whether that would make sense for their safety or not for this answer. Or, tried some other names as well, like Nanako, but none of that really led to any good results. So I checked the guide and all that, and it turns out that yeah, you're not really supposed to give like one name in particular. I looked for both. I looked for the ending I'm going for at the moment. I looked for the normal ending, and I looked for the true ending. And in the guide, they choose Tomoyuki Masaki every time, which doesn't make really a lot of sense in that context. But yeah, that's what they were going with, anyways. And yeah, to make sure yesterday we're actually still on the right track, I restarted from the beginning and just did it with the skip until we're back at the recent point, which is shortly after Kyoko's cafe got visited by some loan sharks. That was when we were talking with Karen Hinagami in the back of the cafe. And they basically went after Kyoko, and Reiji, of course, stepped in, and then they were going to intimidate him, and so they went after Karen because they thought she was his girlfriend or something. But she just effortlessly dodged him, and Reiji then held him down to the ground. So that crisis was avoided, and then Yukiko all of a sudden burst into the cafe, upon which we, just decided to bring her back home, escort her home. And yeah, we were there and talked a little bit with her mother, and yeah, that's basically where we stand now. Anywho, let's get some sound here. Okay, so yeah, as you can see, I have some saves here. And these are directly... I followed them, okay, I followed the guide to a T there. So it should be fine. Should be on the right path. Okay, anywho. So, before I started the stream today, I was kind of like debating whether I should perhaps wait until the football's over. And holy shit, I just checked and somehow that drastically changed within only 10 minutes or so. It was really boring up until like the 70th minute or something. And yeah, now Real Madrid's in the lead with 2-0. That's too bad, but you know, whatever. I guess I missed the important part. Okay, but be that as it may, let's get on with the story. Get up already, will you? Huh? Oh, good morning. Masaki woke up and put his blanket away. Tell me how yesterday went. Yesterday? Clearly someone's brain was still out of it. Go wash your face, the cold should jolt you awake. Good idea. Masaki grabbed the towel and headed for the kitchenette. I simply waited in the meantime, figuring I wouldn't be getting anything out of him if he had a foggy head. Wow, this was really cold. Masaki walked back as he wiped his face. Did that wake you up? Yeah, thanks. Then tell me what happened yesterday. Oh, yeah, that's right. I was thinking about what exactly is it referring to, but yeah, it was the interview with Rokushiki, of course, that I mentioned earlier in the summary. No, it's what you had for lunch. Of course I meant Rokushiki. So it's probably also good that we're gonna get another summary of this, just because it was a bit uncertain there, the details about everything we did yesterday, so honestly I'm not quite sure how to sum it up. The whole thing was all over the place. Wait, first things first, did you get him to talk? Huh? Oh yes, he held a conversation with me. Though in hindsight, I don't know if I'd describe it as a conversation, really. That meant Rokushiki really was being selective with who he talked. Sending Masaki had turned out to be the right move. First of all, it seems that yes, Kuchiki Hospital did indeed use Hinagami Pharmaceuticals psychotropics. What else? Well, he said those psychotropics have made rapid strides in recent times. It sounded to me like he was implying there was something fishy at play with regards to their development with that, though. Recent times, huh? The psychotropics include methamphetamines. I saw that was a stimulant. You must have taken some during the war too, right? Don't he banned them afterwards, since it led to a skyrocket in addicts. Regardless, that was one possibility for whatever had happened behind the scenes. War tends to advance technology in a whole lot of fields. Yeah, I've heard as much myself. Take airplanes, for example. The Wright brothers just barely made them soar for the skies at the start of the century, yet they were already being employed for recon missions in World War I only a decade later. Initially, it was said enemy fighters would actually wave to each other if they ever crossed paths in the sky. But once they started to be used as weapons, their capabilities expeditiously advanced, from dropping rocks from above to being loaded with guns and bombs. They were already a defining element in combat by World War II, and even traded their propellers for jet engines in the conflict's closing years. Medicine's another field that developed significantly thanks to the war. They must have had plenty to try out with the wounded people just scattered around everywhere. Are you suggesting Hinagami Pharmaceuticals dabbled in human experimentation? Certainly a possibility. Many groups, such as Unit 731, had become the stuff of infamy for flirting with that, even though what exactly they'd done wasn't public knowledge. Family business in Tokyo office is located near the general staff headquarters in Ichigaya, right? Yes, I believe that's no coincidence. Still, it'll be impossible for civilians like us to look into them. They've got connections to the armed forces. Were that the case, we would have to get someone like Yaginuma involved. Moving on. Did you ask about Michiro Shirosaki? Yes, he said she had no developmental disorders, that she'd been mentally ill since her time in a blessed congregation orphanage. Wait, did you just say blessed congregation? Okay, yeah. So that was actually mentioned explicitly, the fact that she was in one of those orphanages. I remembered her parents, but I wasn't entirely sure about that. So the fact that she was in an orphanage must mean she's an orphan herself. Duh. I'd assume so, yes. Dokushiki has said the Shirosakis adopted her after the orphanage closed, but that her mental illness only grew worse under their care. Intriguing, but did it even have anything to do with her disappearance? And just who was the person who'd sworn her to silence? Also, she apparently lost her left eye while she was living in the orphanage. He didn't say as much explicitly, but that's the impression I got from him. Meaning she didn't lose it from parental abuse or anything along those lines, huh? However, that didn't matter at the moment. It's really starting to sound like the blessed congregation has something to do with all this. Yeah, well, we still don't know exactly what. I'll admit, I'm surprised you got him to tell you so much. Believe me, I'm just as shocked as you. Did he tell you anything strange, by the way? Like what? Masaki cocked his head. The guy has a habit of putting funny ideas into his patients' heads. Kinds that have sparked serial killings. Though Rokushiki would probably deny such accusations, not to mention that I couldn't prove it. No, not to my knowledge. He did try to get me to resume therapy under him, but I refused. Smart move. Though that guy could probably fill people's heads with ideas without therapy if he really wanted to. Still, for now, I decided to have faith that he hadn't worked his magic on Masaki. It's kind of strange to get that offer right, especially if you're in the role of someone who interrogates him. But you know, how would that even work logistically, getting therapy sessions from a psychiatrist that's in jail? What about you, Mr. Tokisaka? Did anything happen on your end? Masaki suddenly flipped the conversation right on its head. Nothing worth relaying anyway. I figured it was best I didn't tell him about my meeting with his sister quite yet. You know the killer's next target? No, still working on that. I opened my notebook and took out the paper Shizuru had given me. So that's the list with the bridal candidates. The final name there was Midori Yoshino. However, according to him, this was not the candidate's name, but rather her mother's. In fact, that applied to 3 of the 5 names on the list. Had he written Yu Futami and Meguri Takamiya's names because he'd known them from Hitagata? But if that were the case, what did it say about the other 3? Guessing it was probably an agreement between their parents. And would add up, seeing as how most arranged marriages were handled entirely by the parents. It's all such a bother. Masaki sounded truly fed up with everything. Could you show me that paper? Sure, here you go. I handed it over to Masaki. Wow, this handwriting really is crap. Hey, that's your father you're talking about. Even though I'm not as bad as him. Hell, I can barely tell if this first name is supposed to be Yu or Yuka. Oh, that's why the killer went for Yuka. Okay. You know, I think you hit the nail right on the head. Hold on, you're not saying they misread it as Yuka and killed her because of that, are you? I'm afraid you'll have to ask the culprit. If that were the case, then it limited the killer to someone who could have seen the list. Shoujo claimed he'd only shown it to Hideyomi, but anyone could have taken a look at that little scrap of paper without him catching on. But you can bet your ass that I'll be looking into this with a fine-toothed comb until I, know what it's all about. The fact that no new victims had emerged meant not even the killer had figured out who the last candidate was, or so I hoped, anyway. Thus, I couldn't let Masaki handle this. In that case, I'll keep looking into the blessed congregation. Pretty sure our culprit isn't connected to them, though. Perhaps, but I've already come too far. Besides, there are a lot of people involved who have ties with them. Speaking of which, have you spoken with Toji? She's also looking into the blessed congregation, so she might have turned up something new. Her, huh? Alright, fine. What, you don't like her? No, how could you not like her? Don't you find her scary? Now that was something we agreed on, but I didn't dare admit it. For I was more terrified of the chance I'd find her right behind me if I did so aloud, ready to escort me off this mortal coil. I mean, hey, at least you died at the hands of someone like her, right? Totally worth it. Masaki took the train to Ueno Station, passing through the ticket gate into the plaza. Though it was as crowded as ever, there was one spot that remained totally devoid of people, just as expected. Wonder what it is. Could it possibly be the takoyaki stand? But while that made it an ideal rendezvous point, it didn't change the fact that stall was surrounded by an oppressive aura, as if it were run by the devil himself. Masaki looked away from the old man and waited for his contact to show. You gonna buy something or what? But suddenly the old man forced Masaki to acknowledge him anyway. No, thank you, I'm just waiting for someone. Masaki answered only reluctantly, terrified of what horrible fate would befall him if he kept ignoring the vendor. This is my turf, not some bench in a park. The area certainly felt like a hungry lion's turf, that was for sure. No wonder hardly anyone dared to approach it. That said, Masaki didn't see the point in maintaining a turf that's scared of not just competitors, but even customers. It was downright business suicide. We've got these for a limited time only. Why not try them? Oh yeah, there is a new poster there. Masaki glanced at the flyer in the stall. It read Festival of 7 Herbs Yaki. What? I already got some prepped and ready to go. So I'll even let you have one on the house. The old man poured batter onto his grill without even waiting for Masaki's answer. Said concoction was green. Did you really put 7 herbs in it? Masaki was intrigued, but he felt like it'd be a sign of weakness to actually show interest in the flavor. Go on, try it. The old man filled the container with 3 takoyaki once he finished cooking. It was steaming and didn't actually look too bad. Though it did smell a little like a jungle. Have you taste tested these? No shit. Think I'd be selling them if I hadn't? I don't know, but he does always complain about his superiors that force him to sell stuff he doesn't want to, so maybe he hasn't. I suppose they're safe then, I hope. Masaki popped one of them into his mouth with that thought in mind. Though the smell stung his nostrils and it was a bit too hot, the radishes and turnips that replaced the typical octopus were actually cooked to perfection. I think these could actually be a hit. He really meant that too. Though it wouldn't be winning any Best Takoyaki of All Time awards, it was still perfectly edible. I don't need your pity. Of course they'll be it. I made them after all. Okay, he made them himself. I guess that explains why he's so confident about that. And yet there was a striking lack of customers to back up that claim. I'll give you some more if you like them that much. The old man poured more of his special batter on the grill. I'm just waiting for someone, so he honestly wasn't that crazy about him. So what? Saying you're gonna pass? The old man looked up at Masaki. No, I never said that. Masaki frantically shook his head when the old man cast him a soul-piercing stare. It was not what I wanted. Coming right up, then. The only thing refusing would have garnered him was a fate worse than death. Of that, Masaki was certain. The batter sizzled as it cooked on the grill. Sympathy for me. What a weird guy, this dude. The man started humming. Here you go. Before long, Masaki found himself presented with another helping of the special takoyaki. How much do I owe you? Masaki took out his wallet, his guilt refusing to let him accept more food for free. Like I told you, it's on the house. Besides, you were the one who said it'd be a hit, so I'll just make it up in sales. What if not? If it doesn't end up becoming a hit, though? I see. Masaki began to regret ever saying that. Sorry, I hope I didn't keep you waiting. Fortunately, it wasn't long after Toji arrived, preventing Masaki from digging his grave any deeper. Oh no, not really. I was just getting you a snack, actually. Thanks. Let's take this to my office. It's just around the block. Toji departed with Masaki in tow. I was in Zushi until this morning. While there, I managed to get some dried white bait, so feel free to take some with you. Oh, okay. Some kind of fish or something? What's that? It's a collective term for the immature fry of fish, typically between 25 and 50 millimeters long. Right then. Masaki took a seat and set down the takoyaki he'd bought. Here, this is for you. Just leave it there for now, thanks. Let's get down to business. You want to know more about the blessed congregation, right? Toji picked up some papers and sat down. Yes, do you have any reports about an orphanage they used to run? An orphanage? Oh, this must be it. There are records about an orphanage known as the White Lily Garden, being built circa 1929 to 1930. It was established around the same time as the Congregation of the Blessed. The director was a woman named Wakaba Sunohara. No idea it was that old. Running an orphanage makes your religion look legit, no matter how sketchy the rest of the operation is. Though this one did have an actual justification for its creation. And that is one that's fairly common among seedy organizations to serve as a factory for pumping out loyal followers by taking in orphans and raising them under their ideology. Oh shit. It's like that one cult there in Yakuza Infinite Wells, right? God, I already forgot their name. But you know which one I'm talking about. And since they were a religious group, indoctrinating those orphans was probably a piece of cake. Now get this, the White Lily Garden's vice director was one Keiko Utsugi. You mean the second in command of the Blessed Congregation? Bingo, he was a skilled manager, so the Congregation of the Blessed's financial situation got a big boost after he started running the orphanage. Do you mean he was somehow making money through the White Lily Garden? Now that, I don't know. Can't really think of a way to score big cash through an orphanage. The Children were probably too young at the time to provide manual labor, after all. Toji leafed through her papers. The White Lily Gun's management changed hands to Sanity after the latter took over following Michio Shikusa's death. However, it seems they barely paid it any attention since their focus was somewhere else entirely. Makes me wonder if they were even told the place made good money. So then, the two of them kept running the orphanage, I take it? Couldn't we ask Director Tsunohara for her account of what it was like running the place? Not possible, unfortunately. Why not? Is she still a believer? No, because she committed suicide in 1952. Well, she did. It was a year after Senri dissolved, wasn't it? Did that have something to do with it? No, apparently numerous orphans of the White Lily Gun committed a group suicide that year. It said she couldn't live with the guilt of letting it happen and consequently took her own life. Hold on, what? Why would a group of their orphans kill themselves? One account at the time claimed it was in protest of constant abuse. It's probably true, though no proof ever turned up. Anyway, the White Lily Gun was shut down shortly thereafter. However, the Blessed Congregation took a page from their book and decided to build a nursery to sustain their followers' livelihoods. Whoa, it's known as the New Leaf Garden. It's located in Kogane. That's the nursery where Yukiko's mother works at. Sounds like the Blessed Congregation does a little bit fun there, though on paper it's a facility for the children of believers and non-believers alike that has nothing to do with any religious organization. What about their staff then? I cross-referenced them with the police's list of followers and found their names there. That said, I have no idea how deep their face runs. Yeah, that does make sense, because didn't Yukiko's mother insist that Yukiko visit the shrine specifically belonging to the Blessed Congregation? I see, okay. Is Fuyumi Kayahara also a believer? How did you... No, I guess that's not important. Yes, her name was on the list. She's effectively the New Leaf Garden's manager. Guessing that means the leaders really trust her. I see. Such a small world. Anyway, that's about all I know with regards to the Blessed Congregation's orphanage. Toji stacked the papers and put them away. Thank you very much. Oh, and while I've got you, be sure to tell Tokisaka there has been no update on the sheep case. Oh, yeah, okay. I was gonna say, but, Sheep of Purgatorio, Katsuragi Shin's new book. Masaki cocked his head. He'll know what I mean. It sounded like Toji planned to share no more with Masaki. I say. Thus, Masaki was left to assume that Reiji was probably just working on some other case he wasn't aware of. You'll excuse me then? Well. What does that tell us about Yukiko exactly? Not so sure, but you know. Yukari went to the art room after she was done with school for the day. This was her first time visiting since the start of the new semester. But we already did mention, like, this is suspicion that the Blessed Congregation might be going after Yukiko as their new oracle, right? Because previous cutscenes suggested as much. So it only seems plausible that her mother is connected to them in some way, right? This was her first time visiting since the start of the new semester. Yukiko was already lounging there, staring off into space. Kayahara? Huh? Oh. Yukiko looked toward Yukari, her cheeks faintly flushed. Something wrong? No, it's nothing. Yukiko awkwardly looked away and produced her art supplies. How did it go with the doctor yesterday? Yukari knew she should be minding her own business, but asked anyway. Good, he gave me medicine. I feel like I got a good night's sleep, so I'm fine now. Yeah, she was having nightmares a lot recently, apparently, and one of them was her pushing another girl that also looked like her off a train overpass, that girl then consequently died. And the other one was someone visiting or observing, I guess, two other people, and one of them was strangling the second person. A girl was strangling a boy. So yeah, that was apparently also, well, I'm not sure entirely if that was her dream, but it was a dream we saw in a sequence. Anywho, I see. She said that, but the way Yukiko had been staring out into space made Yukari worried she was putting on a brave face. Just please be careful not to push yourself, alright? Okay, thank you. Yukiko nodded and turned to her canvas. Yukari readied her own oil painting tools when she saw that. Oh. Yukari gasped when she saw the painting knife in her bag. So sorry, Kayara. Huh? I forgot to return your painting knife last month. The blade was slightly hardened with paint, even though Yukari had wiped it clean after she used it. Oh, that's alright. I haven't actually needed it after all. Still, I'm sorry. I'll go wash it and give it back to you now. Yukari steeped the knife in kerosene, meant for cleaning, then wiped it dry. Red streaks stained the cloth. Seeing that reminded Yukari of the incident from earlier last month. Painting knives were blunt. As such, they couldn't actually cut anyone, but it still made her shudder nonetheless. Yeah, because Masaki's suicide attempt was done with, I think, something similar, but yeah, but I can't exactly remember. All done, thank you so much. Yukari handed the clean knife back to Yukiko. Tokisaka, you said you'd teach me how to use these last time. Alright, it did, didn't I? She checked her friend's canvas. Yukiko was still working on sketching a rough draft. In other words, she wasn't at any stage to be using paint yet. Come over here and I'll show you. Thus, Yukari decided to use her own canvas as a guinea pig. You use the knife on oil paintings when you mix paints or are painting over a wide area. Situations like that. Yukari used the round tip of the palette knife to scoop some paint that had been dissolved in oil, then smeared it against the edge of her canvas. After that, you spread the paint like this. Still not much of an expert with these myself, but the color is completely uniform, so you can create a sensation different than a paintbrush can evoke. Wow. Yukiko nodded over and over in fascination. Though that being said, it's the kind of thing that you can only get good at through constant practice. You need to get good, girl. It certainly looks that way. Yukiko put her painting knife back in her bag. I'm going to keep working my rough draft for the time being, though. Sounds good. Speaking of get good, I did actually consider, once I'm done with this game, to finally play Elden Ring, but I'm not 100% sure yet. It's just a thought right now. Yeah, no, because it's a really, really long game. Even longer than this visual novel. So I haven't 100% decided, but I will in due time. Masaki took a little walk from Musashi Kogane Station to the new Leaf Garden. This was his first time there. Thus he started out by taking stock of the area. From what he could tell, all the kids were likely inside, probably because it was such a cold day. Unfortunately, the windows were fogged over from the sheer contrasted temperature, making them as good as useless. Masaki was about to peek through them, but then he realized that would make him look like a creep. And so he decided to pay a visit in person. Oh, you're... Oh yeah, Masaki, right? Yes, my apologies for the unannounced intrusion. He and Fuyumi exchanged greetings. What brings you to a place like this? Something wrong? I was hoping to ask some questions, actually. As a detective? Well, yeah, I suppose so. Masaki chose to be upfront about his motives. Mind lending me a hand first, then? Hold on, what? Fuyumi dragged Masaki into the nursery without bothering to further enlighten him. First, go fold up all the blankets lying on the floor and stack them. Place the wet ones over here. Alright. The place was indeed a mess of blankets, that was for sure. They'd probably been used by the children. While Masaki didn't see why he should be doing any of this, he followed Fuyumi's instructions regardless. Fortunately, the work was easy since these blankets were far smaller than adult-sized ones. However, the task was more difficult when considering the ones soiled by drool or bedwetters were in the majority. Still, he separated them just like Fuyumi had requested. Let's do, Miss Kayahara. Yep, perfect. Now could you bring these to the laundry room out back? Fuyumi handed a pile of cloths to Masaki. He recoiled from the stench. We've got an electric washing machine here, so put them in it. Thanks for the help. Fuyumi took off for another room, leaving only those words behind. I guess during those times, were there still other types of washing machines, manual ones? How would they even look like? I'm just looking at some pictures to see what that could possibly look like. But yeah, no. They all look very modern, so it's probably not the same as what you would have had back then. But anyways, let's just carry on. Masaki reluctantly looked into the laundry room, doing his best to ignore the reek from the items he carried. Something akin to a metallic white box was sitting inside. It had a bellows hose attached to it, so he figured it was probably the washing machine Fuyumi had mentioned. He didn't know how it worked, so he just opened the lid, threw the cloths inside, and left. Just how long is it going to be until I get a chance to question her? Hey, Masaki, could you take care of this one? Fuyumi returned and suddenly thrust a baby into Masaki's arms. Whoa, hey! Masaki had no idea what to do with a crying baby. He tried rocking it and raising it up high, but the crying didn't cease. If anything, it only screamed louder, leaving Masaki completely lost. Whoops, no dice, huh? Figured. Just what do you mean by that? Masaki handed the baby back to Fuyumi. Well, you see, your boss was actually a pro at calming her down. He and I are nothing alike. Guess not. Fuyumi smiled and rocked the baby. Daddy couldn't stop your crying, huh? Isn't he just the worst? And who, pray tell, is Daddy in this context? What, you don't like the idea of being a father? Well, no, I never said that. It's just... Anyway, about my questions. Sorry, hold that thought for just a sec, alright? Fuyumi laid the silenced baby in a cradle and tried dandling her to sleep. I swear, this girl is the biggest handful of them all. Is she an orphan as well? Yes, though she does have a foster mother who comes here to help from time to time. Whenever she's not busy with her other jobs, that is. Do you know anything about the White Lily Garden? White Lily Garden? No, it doesn't ring any bells. Yumi shook her head after a few seconds. It was apparently an orphanage that was, no, it was an orphanage that was supposedly the predecessor to this place. Oh, so that's what it was called. Yumi nodded, though she didn't entirely look like she knew what she was talking about. How long have you been working here? For years, 4 years now, I think. I was helping out at another nursery before that, but then they invited me to work as the manager here. I see. You're aware that a religious organization known as the Blessed Congregation runs this place, correct? Yes, I am. They weren't in the paper just the other day, I believe. Are you one of their followers? As much help as they've been to me, no. I'm not what you'd call religious. Me and religion have never really been on good terms. I say. Masaki was relieved to hear that. They gave me this job, so I'd be lying if I said I didn't feel indebted to them. It's understandable. Anyway, if you've only worked here the last 4 years, then you really must not know anything about the White Lily Garden, huh? That's right. The only thing I've heard is that the Blessed Congregation used to run an orphanage. I think Mr. Otsugi, one of their leaders, would be much better equipped to tell you about them. No, it's still too early to strike at their heart. Masaki believed it was the best if Reiji or Toji made the call on that front. Do you have any records of it here? Not to my knowledge, no. The documents we keep are from after the new Leaf Garden was started. My guess is that the Blessed Congregation would have what you're looking for. That only stands to reason. While I'm at it, you wouldn't happen to know what happened to the kids who were living there, would you? I heard they were all adopted by different families, but I have no idea where they are now. Is this building where the White Lily Garden used to be? No, it was over in Hachioji, in a village called Kazumi, I think. Would you happen to know the exact location? No, not the address, no. Just that it was a church in the mountains, apparently. Kasumi Village, huh? Thank you. Guess I'll just have to find it myself. I'm sorry I couldn't be any help. Oh no, quite the contrary. Honestly, I probably shouldn't have even told you all that. Yumi sighed. Is your debt to the Blessed Congregation that big? Yeah. And yet you still don't consider yourself a believer? Not at all. I don't believe in God, you see. Yumi shook her head. Though Masaki sensed there was a story behind her fervent atheism, he couldn't bring himself to dig deeper. Okay. Yeah, she already got once, got in such a, I guess, melancholic / somber mood at one point. And, we didn't get any details about what her past was like either. But I reckon it's gonna be important at some point. We'll see. It was getting dark by the time I finished my errands and returned to Shinjuku. Wouldn't hurt to stop somewhere before heading home. Okay, well... let's make sure we actually this time get the right location. Although, right location is, I guess, a little bit of a stretch, I suppose. It must be... so, the guide says we should go to Moon World. But let's have a look at the other stops anyway first, I'd say. Because why the heck not, right? But yeah, we have to save first. Otherwise, we're not reloading at all. Alright, Kuchiki Hospital. Swung by Kuchiki Hospital. There was hardly a creature inside, probably because reception hours had long since ended. I headed for the edge of the parking lot and scanned the spot that was still covered in snow. Masaki had said a truck was parked there when Michiru had disappeared. Naturally, the tracks were gone, seeing as how it'd been 2 days already. In hindsight, I wish I'd studied the faces of those hoodlums in Ennis and Austin. Those suits of theirs weren't the first thing that came to mind when you saw Blessed Congregation devotee, but then again, you wouldn't wear something conspicuous if you were planning an abduction. Still, why did they not Michiru? Our investigation had revealed her parents were members of the Blessed Congregation. However, they were merely lay practitioners, not zealots or anything like that. In which case, her importance may have had to do with her origins, her birth parents. Unfortunately, they were total blanks for now. And so, I could only hope Masaki would turn up something on that front. Stepped inside once I'd finished inspecting the area. Anako was at the reception desk. Oh, Mr. Tokisaka. Good afternoon, Miss Sawashiro. How's Shirosaki doing? Sleeping. Just took her medicine. I see. Couldn't very well ask her any questions then. Hell, I wasn't sure if she'd humor them even if she was awake. What sort of medicine does she take, incidentally? Low-grade soporifics mostly. She hasn't been sleeping well recently, you see. Does Hinagami Pharmaceuticals supply them? I believe so, yes, but what of it? Oh, nothing really. Just thinking about how they must get a lot of business here. It's their family and all. Seems so. Sounded like she wasn't really sure. Meaning she likely wasn't involved, and Karen was the actual link between Kuchiki Hospital and Hinagami Pharmaceuticals. As such, asking Nanako wouldn't do me much good, but it couldn't hurt to try. You happen to know if this hospital has ever assisted with the development of their new medications? Sorry, but I don't. Figured. Oh no, it's quite alright. I was just curious is all. Please give my regards to Shirosaki when she wakes up. Certainly. I left after saying goodbye to Nanako. Looks like I'm just gonna have to approach the connection between Hinagami Pharmaceuticals and Kuchiki Hospital from another angle. Or you just ask someone else about it, right? Okay, so let's continue with the other ones. How about Inokashira Park then? I strolled through the Twilight Park. Waterfowl huddled together at the pond. Watched by a woman who hadn't another care in the world. Hinagami. That was right. I'd happened across none other than Karen Hinagami. Oh, fancy meeting you here, Mr. Tokisaka. Goddamn Karen. Were you looking at the birds? Yes. Karen glanced back at the pond. A young swan was flanked by its parents. Do you mind if we continue our conversation from yesterday? I actually do, yes. Her tone wasn't harsh, but it was still an outright rebuff. Why is that? Because I have nothing left to say to you. Karen turned around and started walking away. Sorry, I know what you just said, but could I ask one simple question? She reluctantly spun back to face me. What? Those men at the cafe yesterday weren't connected to you, right? Huh? Of course not. I'd never even heard of that place until yesterday. Yeah, that made sense. Apologies, good day to you, ma'am. It's a random thing to just assume like that out of the blue, but you know. I watched Karen leave. She hadn't been lying, not from what I could tell anyway. I mean, I don't really see why Hinagami Pharmaceuticals would have an interest in that cafe anyways, but you know. Okay, Moonworld we're gonna pick last because that's what the guide says we should pick, so let's look at the others first. I stopped by Oba Girls Academy. There were barely any students around, typical for the evening. save a familiar face that emerged from the gate at the exact moment. Oh hey, if it isn't Brother Tokisaka. Kohane darted over to me. Here, Fakari. Nah, I don't have much of a reason to be here. Then why are you... Could it be? I don't know how you plan to finish the sentence, but the answer is no. Got her off before she could have cast me in some malignant light. Not night. Wait, seriously? Seriously. And here I saw you came to sneak a peek at all the pretty girls. Hell no. I'd been right to shoot her down. I just felt like dropping by, that's all. Do you have nothing better to do? That question hurt even more when asked with a straight face. Of course I had better things to do. I've got so much on my plate that I just wanted a change of pace, that's all. And that involves spying on girls. This whole conversation was driving me mad. Don't you think I would have gotten here a lot sooner if that's what I was after? True, maybe the teachers then, but they're all old fogies. I'm not here for the teachers, for crying out loud. Well, you know, they used to have a hot nurse, but she kind of got murdered during the course of the last game. So, yeah. Her name was Nene something else. I don't know the last name, but of course I remembered her because, you know, Nenichi and all that. Anyway, let's see what Moonworld has in store for us. I dropped by Moonworld. Though I was on high alert due to the events of the previous night, there were ultimately no sketchy individuals to be found, thankfully. Oh, welcome, Tokisaka. Kyoko turned my way when I entered. She appeared somewhat haggard. Kyoko, are you alright? Yes, no need to fear. So she claimed, but that false bravado didn't fool me. It was then I noticed Yukiko was seated at the counter. She was shooting Kyoko a concerned look. I'll go whip you up some coffee. Kyoko whirled around. I sat 2 stools away from Yukiko in the meantime. Something happened to Kyoko. Not sure, she does look tired though. You didn't do something to her yesterday, did you? Heck no. I hastily denied it. Oh, what's the big secret? Nothing. Kyoko served me coffee. Hey, nothing happened after I left, did it? No, they haven't come by today either. Guess she's in the clear for now. Still, maybe I should look into those punks, even if it does mean more work on my plate. Tell me about them. Kyoko shook her head. No, I couldn't possibly saddle you with this burden. Seriously, you don't have to worry about... I shut my mouth when I saw Yukiko eyeing us. This wasn't the sort of thing she needed to hear. I mean, I'll be fine, okay? If you say so. I'm not so sure, but all I could do was play along. But while she may have been fine with it, that didn't mean I was. I knew it would be beyond rash to go knocking down the doors of all the local loan sharks to find those socks. But there was no guarantee I could keep her safe otherwise. Maybe I should start doing some digging tonight. I mean, it's not like I've got plans. Yeah, you should be doing something, though, probably, about the case. Then again, there's probably not so much you can do in the evenings if everything's closed already. Masaki sat at the desk in Reiji's office, burning the midnight oil. He'd made a little stop to Jinbocho earlier that day, and the result of his trip was spread before him, an outdated map of Tokyo. His goal was to track down the White Lily Garden. The towns and villages in the Tama region had been constantly merging in recent years, so he wasn't sure he'd find the name he was looking for on a modern map. Kazumi village was located in the northern part of South Tama, just north of Hachioji. The village was located on a plain surrounded by hills, south of the confluence of the Aki River and Tama River. Masaki studied the map and looked for a building titled White Lily Garden. Ultimately, he ended up finding it almost disappointingly quickly. It was standing all by its lonesome in the mountains. So this is the White Lily Garden. Would it be fastest to take the JNR Itsukaichi line and get off at Higashi Akiru? No, hold on. Perhaps taking the Chuo line to Hachioji Station. Riding a bus over is better. Masaki put away the map, figuring he'd get as close as he could before making the remainder of the trip on foot, seeing as he didn't have much money. Wasn't sure what he'd find at an orphanage that had been closed for years, if anything. However, he knew he had to at least check it out after everything he'd heard. Oh yeah, that would be a tragedy. There's actually a bad ending in the first game, where Yukari can die, but it's not the, canon ending, so... But it is possible for her to die in the first game. Yukari regarded my face curiously as I sat in a chair, staring out into space. What, do I have something stuck on my cheek? Oh no, it's just not every day you're up so early, that's all. Don't get used to it. Woke up awfully early that morning despite going to bed at the same time as always. Was your room too cold? I guess that was part of it. Speaking of, could you please make me some coffee? Sorry, but we're all out of coffee beans at the moment. Will tea do? Sure, thanks. Yukari made for the kitchen. Guess I'll pay Moonwool a visit later. Not just for the coffee beans, but to make sure Kyoko was holding up okay. Could you get the usual from Kyoko if you stop by the cafe later? Yukari came back with the teapot and cups. You read my mind. Great, thank you so much. Yukari poured me some tea. Suddenly the phone rang. Oh. No worries, I'll get it. I headed for the phone to let Yukari finish her task. Hello, you've reached Tokisaka residence. Good morning, Mr. Tokisaka. This is Sawashiro from Kuchiki Hospital. My apologies for calling so early. Oh, Nanako, huh? Her voice sounded tense. Almost as if something had her on edge. Good morning, has something happened? Well, about that. Please, try to remain calm, you see. Miss Hazuki was... She was stabbed and sent here. No! What? I failed to register her words for a moment. Rest assured, she's not in critical condition. In fact, she asked me not to tell you, but I thought you deserved to know. Nanako's voice went in one ear and out the other. The little I picked up in my days at least told me that Kyoko was going to be alright. At any rate, she'll pull through. However, she's still rather shaken up by what had happened. So we're not allowing any visitors. The details started sinking in little by little. Still, I'll be by with questions later. I turned my head away to avoid Yukari's concerned scrutiny. Alright, I'll see you then. And with that, I feebly hung up. What happened? Yukari asked a question I'd been dreading. Sorry, not right now. I'll fill you in later, so get going. You have school, right? But, please, I think I'd just worry you more if I tried explaining it now. Alright. Yukari grabbed her bag and headed for the door. Also, I'm really sorry, but I'm gonna have to take a rain check on those coffee beans. Okay. Yukari's eyes widened, but she still left the house despite the urge to press me further, clearly raging within her. Took a deep breath. I knew this wasn't out of the question. So why? No, I couldn't afford to get emotional. I had to keep my cool. It wasn't like Kyoko had been mortally wounded after all. Plus, she was in good hands at the hospital, so there was no need to worry. My job was simply to find the bastard responsible. But that was all a detective could do. Well, it's okay. She's still alive. But damn, she doesn't deserve this. Yukari stared out the windows of her classroom all by her lonesome on account of having arrived earlier than usual. What in the world was that phone call about? She could wager in educated guesses. However, none of them led anywhere good. Something must have happened to Kyoko. Reiji's last word had hinted as such. And really, it was only the only possible explanation. For she'd only ever seen Reiji act like that twice before. When his fiancée was murdered 8 years ago and when Yukari's friend was hit by a car 2 years back. Yukari closed her eyes and clasped her hands together. Normally she wasn't all that religious, despite going to a Catholic school. And yet now, she offered a prayer. Please, please God, don't take anything else from Reiji, he's already lost so much. I mean, I guess it's only natural for her to worry about Reiji first and foremost, but should we hope for Kyoko to get better? Although I guess she doesn't know the details, so but still. Oh, hey there, Kari. You're awfully early today. Kohane stepped into class just then. Good morning. Could say the same to you. Yukari tried to act as normal as possible so as not to alarm Kohane with the concerns that were gnawing away at her heart. Who, me? This is actually the new norm for me. Not that I've got any reason to just sit around at home. You don't go back to sleep. Nah, I'm the kind of person who can't go back to sleep for a while once I wake. Not for a few hours, anyway. Oh, so that's why you sleep in class all the time? Bingo! The room gradually filled up with more classmates while Yukari and Kohane chatted. Yukiko was one of them. Morning, Yukiko. Oh, morning. Yukiko rubbed the drowsiness out of her eyes as she sat at her desk. Gosh, looks like someone could use catching up on her Z's. I know, and here I saw I actually slept well. Yukiko exhaled a quiet yawn. I took some medicine, however, so maybe that's got something to do with it. Still, that's a good thing, right? Since you haven't been sleeping well these days, I mean. Maybe you've got a point. Yukiko flopped onto her desk as if it were her own bed. Does medicine really make you sleep like a log? I wouldn't know. Yukari found herself worrying about their mutual friend's behavior. Yukiko remained sprawled in the meantime, not so much as twitching. Just then, the bell rang. Yukari and Kohane took their seats. Yukiko didn't even budge an inch until their homeroom teacher arrived. Okay. I raced into the hospital the moment I got out of my car. All my efforts to stay calm were falling apart now that I was actually here. I weaved my way past visitors until I found myself right in front of the reception desk. Excuse me, do you know where I can find Nurse Sawashiro? Receptionist's eyes lit up in recognition. You must be Mr. Tokisaka. Could you please wait in the reception room over there? I headed straight for the door she'd indicated. No one was inside. So I took a seat and waited for Nanako. My feet started tapping like crazy. I took my mind off them for even a second. That said, not even grabbing my knees could bring them to a complete halt. I hope I didn't keep you too long. Fortunately, Nanako's prompt arrival took some of the edge off me. How's Kyoko? Please calm down. As I mentioned over the phone, she's in no real danger, but she does need her rest, so I'm afraid you can't visit. I'm aware. Could you at least tell me what happened to her, though? If you know, that is. Miss Hazuki called us herself. She was lucid, so we did manage to get a few details from her, but unfortunately, well... What's wrong? Well, apparently she doesn't remember much. See, I believe the trauma may have scrambled her recollection of the incident. Understand, but please just tell me whatever you can. Alright, the call came in around 10 p.m. last night. Miss Hazuki dialed herself. I just finished explaining. We brought her in and stitched the laceration as quickly as possible, but it was deeper than expected. Just a few more centimeters and it would have pierced an organ. Where was she stabbed? In the flank, near her back. Nanako twisted her waist and indicated the spot. Does she remember the stabbing itself? The thing is, she says she doesn't remember anything. Not even if customers were there. Something about that doesn't sit right. A shadow of that doubt surfaced in my mind now that I could finally take a breath. The doctor who stitched her up should be here soon. She can fill you in better than me. Who was it? Someone from another clinic who said she'd love to help bring you up to speed as soon as I told her about you. Nanako was interrupted by the sound of the door swinging open. Oh my god, it was her. Doctor from another clinic, not just any clinic. Top of the morning to ya. Oh god, what are you doing here? Well, as fate would have it, I just happened to be in the neighborhood last night. Saw the paramedics coming in and saw this reeked of a crime, so I offered my services. Do you figure anything out about what happened? Much as I wished it had been literally anyone else, she was my best bet for more info at the moment. Well, she weren't exactly much of a chatterbox, so all I know is from the wound. But I gotta say, howee. What? Natsumi suddenly groped Nanako's bosom. What do you think you're doing? Her name's Hazuki, yeah? She's got some of the biggest knockers I've ever seen. You grope yourself, Tokisaka. In your dreams. Wait, seriously? I was so sure I was onto something. Yeah, well. Good old Natsume, huh? Could you please let me go? Natsume's hands had twisted Nanako's breast into the shape of, well, something. Not so fast. I gotta lead him through all the ins and outs about that stab wound first. Was that Natsume rubbed Nanako's side? Well, someone's ticklish. So anywho, it looks like she was stabbed from behind right around here. Natsume indicated the spot Nanako had pointed out earlier. The weapon was probably thrust upward from a lower angle, meaning she would have to be one hell of an acrobat to stab herself. Wait, you're telling me the suspect, she injured herself? You suspected she injured herself? Okay, yeah. I pronounced that wrong. Well, yeah, seeing as how she didn't say who stabbed her, but surely you figured as much yourself, didn't you? Yeah, much as I wish I could deny that. In most cases, I would have suspected that this had all been a one-man show on the victim's part. It was only because I knew Kyoko as well as I did that I had promptly abandoned that line of reasoning. Anyways, it looks like she was stabbed by something like a teeny tiny knife. I believe it was a paper thin edged tool about 5 centimeters long, give or take. That's pretty vague. Well, ain't no weapon was found at the scene of the crime or nothing, so maybe it wasn't actually a knife, for all we know. He said the wound was left behind by a paper-thin edged tool, right? Sounds like it's safe to rule out awls and ice picks then. Most of these left very distinct wounds, so it would have been obvious if they were responsible. Speaking of left behind, we've got ourselves a scrap from Hazuki's shirt. One I assume was torn off when she was stabbed. Natsuki showed me a transparent plastic bag containing said scrap. It was stained red with Kyoko's blood and featured an incision that was about 2 centimeters wide. See how the threads are frayed right where she got stabbed? Think so, yeah. Though it was hard to make out much through the blood, it was clear that the incision wouldn't have been so messy were an ordinary blade responsible. It's the same with her laceration. It looks more like a puncture wound than anything. She was stabbed, not slashed. Not by something with a blade, that is. So, something similar to a thin blade, then. That would have been enough to penetrate clothes and skin even without a blade. That's what I'm thinking, seeing as how we found ripped cloth fibers in her wound and all. But the attacker missed her major blood vessels, so it didn't do any real damage. Well, thankfully, huh? The thin plate. If the weapon wasn't a knife, then I guess we can't assume the culprit isn't someone who goes around flashing one of those. Thus probably ruling out those debt collector punks. Surely they kept daggers in them. Or perhaps that's exactly what they want us to think. Still, it wouldn't have meant diddly squat if she'd seen who stabbed her. Do you think she's covering for the culprit? Can't just go asking that, Tokisaka. And then make her friends and family the prime suspects, including you. I know. Though I did consider you might have gone carried away in the throes of passion and done it. Why the hell would I do that? Yeah, I know. That ain't what you stab her with anyhow. God, how I hated I couldn't even deny that. Anyway, all kidding aside, Natsume put away the scrap of cloth. Given that she asked that no one tell you, Hazuki must really not wanted you finding out. I just hope that's all there is to it. Miss Sawashiro, can you ask if they let me talk to her? I thought she already told you that wasn't possible. Sure, I don't mind. I'll be right back. Nanako left the room. You really care about her, huh? No shit. Well, personally, I'm more of a Toji man, but you know. Can't argue with his taste, I suppose. I limply slumped against the sofa. I don't want to lose anyone else I care about. And to that, poor Ozumi. Still a shame about him. His love life may be dead, but he's fit as a fiddle. Alright. I remember one scene in the last game where Natsume was trying to get Reiji to have sex with her. He was like, why don't you do it with Uozumi? And she was like, no, he's so stiff. So she must have experience with that, I guess. Yukari left her classroom after the last bell rang. Hold on, Tokisaka. However, Yukiko chased her out into the hallway. Are you going to the art room? Yes, that's the plan anyway. Then I'll join you. Oh wait, actually, could you go on ahead? Huh? Oh, I'm sure. I don't see why not, I suppose. Oh, does she have somewhere else she needs to be? Yukiko strolled away on her own as Yukari pondered that. Something was off about her. Though honestly, Yukari couldn't quite put her finger on what. Yukiko ended up arriving not too long after Yukari. Oh, where'd you get that? Yukari cocked her head when she saw the object Yukiko was carrying. Oh, well, I wanted to try taking it for a spin, so I borrowed it from the staff room. Yukiko set the coffee dripper she'd brought into a cup, and produced some ground coffee beans out of her bag. You take your coffee with sugar? A little, yes. The water probably hasn't cooled yet, but better safe than sorry. Yukiko grabbed the tiny kettle and poured hot water onto the beans in the dripper. Are you singing what I'm singing? You know, if we remember back, there was this whole scene about the painting knife not too long ago. And now we're faced with Kyoko being stabbed, not wanting to talk about who stabbed her. And it's not like an ordinary blade. It's, do you think it could have been Yukiko? Wouldn't make sense, wouldn't it? I don't know why she would do that, but... You know, she had her weird-ass dreams before, so... Maybe. Shortly thereafter, the mellow aroma of coffee filled the room. To smell something other than the paint overwhelming the place nearly deluded Yukari into thinking she'd been transported somewhere else entirely. Here you are. Yukiko set the cup before Yukari. Thank you so much. Yukari scooped some sugar out of the bowl Yukiko had given her and poured it into her cup. She then stirred it up a little with another spoon before sipping it. How is it? Yukiko timidly awaited Yukari's answer. It might have come out better if you'd let it steam longer and poured the water a little slower. But as it was now, it was on the weak side. Say, thanks, Tokisaka. Practice really does make perfect, huh? Yukiko smiled awkwardly. Yes, but that goes for everyone, so I wouldn't worry. For now, I'd recommend practicing at home until you get the hang of it. Oh, and Kyoko can give you some point. Kari trailed off when she remembered what happened that morning. What's wrong? Oh, no, it's nothing. Just then Ayumu suddenly entered the art room. Sato? Good afternoon, Kayara. Someone's looking for you at the gate. Huh? Me? Yes, it's a man in white who drove up in a shiny black car. What? Yukiko gasped. I told him you might have already gone home just to be safe, but would you like me to ask a teacher to get them to leave? No, it's alright. Thanks for the concern, though. Yukiko started packing her things. I'm terribly sorry, Tokisaka, but could I ask you to return this kettle to the vice principal? You know, Reiji had a lot of contact with the vice principal during the first game and that. So I forgot his name, to be honest, but he was like, his contact person within the school while he was briefly teaching there. And he was also giving him information about students and the case. Certainly, but why? Are you going somewhere? Sort of, yes. Yukiko mumbled and picked up her bag. So sorry. Farewell. Did something just happen? I'm not sure. Still, now Yukari was certain something was off with Yukiko. You said a car drove up to the gate, right, Sato? Yes, it sticks out like a sore thumb, so you can't miss it. Saying you could still catch it if you leave now. Ayumu took a half a step back and opened the door as if she'd read Yukari's mind. Thank you. Yukari left the art room. However, Yukiko was no longer anywhere to be found. I need to hurry and get outside. Yukari raced around until she finally reached somewhere with a view of the gate. There she saw Yukiko getting into a black car that was far away from the entrance. Kayahara. Yukiko couldn't possibly have heard her, of course. It was then that a man in a white robe closed the rear car door. For a moment, Yukari could have sworn that she and Yukiko made eye contact. But the car took off and quickly disappeared from Yukari's line of sight before she had time to fully process what she'd seen. What was that all about? Ayumi was quick to join Yukari. I don't know, they didn't look like family to me though. Did you ever hear anything? No, I just thought they were extremely fishy. Though that could just be my bias, of course. See. It almost looked like Yukiko had wanted to say something to Yukari the moment their eyes met. Though Yukari doubted it was a kidnapping, she still figured it'd be best to tell Reiji later. Tokisaka, look, it's Tori. Ayumi tugged on Yukari's sleeve. Yukari looked the way she was pointing to find Kohane, staring in the direction the car had taken off. Kohane? Oh, Yukari. Kohane made her way over to Yukari and Ayumu once she saw them. What's up? Well, someone took Kayahara away. I knew it. And it's just like I thought. Do you know something? No, nothing. However, she kept staring off into the distance despite her claims. Well, you know, spit it out, Kohane. Well, this is, I guess interesting is one way of putting it, I suppose, but... Man, that's happened very quickly, huh? Anywho... Nanako came over to me as I waited in the hallway. Hazuki has consented to your visit. However, it appears she doesn't want to discuss what happened. She doesn't, huh? Yes, which is why I've asked that you please not pry into the matter. She's not ready for that yet, alright? If you say so. All I could do was agree. I didn't want to stress Kyoko further, obviously. Just to set her mind at ease as much as possible. Right, this way. Nanako guided me to a hospital room in the inpatient ward. Kyoko was lying in the bed there. Kyoko. It wrenched my heart to see her like that, even knowing she was okay. Kyoko glanced at me for a moment, only to turn away. I just silently dragged the chair over and sat by her side. As much as I was dying to speak, I had to restrain myself. I would have just interrogated her on what had happened if I'd opened my big mouth. That or spouted hackneyed platitudes and cliché. Why did you come here? Kyoko finally broke the silence. You serious? Why wouldn't I? Gently ruffled her hair, grateful she'd been the one to cave first. So I told him not to tell you. Yeah, I guess you wouldn't know how I found out. No wonder you're confused. Seriously. Kyoko brought her arm out of the covers and held my hand. Does it hurt? No, I'm in painkillers right now. It's a bit hard to sit straight, though. Say, just don't push yourself, you hear? I won't, sorry. Kyoko gripped my hand. For what? Well, for worrying you, of course. Hey, don't be letting that bother you. Kyoko, but Hazuki. Door abruptly swung open, followed by the rapid patter of Fuyumi's footsteps. Huh? Fuyumi? I went to the cafe, but it was closed, so I asked your neighbor, and she said you've been stabbed, so I... Suddenly, Fuyumi looked at me. You the culprit? Hell no. Why was that everyone's first assumption? Oh, my bad. I said jump the guns, cause you're a pro stabber with a little something else. Hardy har har. She and Natsumi would get along like a house on fire. Was it them then? Fuyumi leaned toward Kyoko until she was right in her face. No. Kyoko shook her head and shot me a look. Who was them exactly? From what I could tell, it sounded like Fuyumi had her own suspicions regarding Kyoko's assailant. However, I couldn't very well ask her in front of Kyoko. Hey, Kyoko. Huh, yes. Kyoko ducked her head back with a jolt and timidly looked at me. You feeling thirsty? I picked up a pitcher by a bed. No, I'm fine, thank you. Kyoko shook her head. Yeah, at second thought, I guess she can't exactly do much drinking anyway when she's stuck lying down like that. Say, Tokisaka. Yeah? I can't run the cafe for a while, so could you go there and put a note to let everyone know it'll be closed for business? Sure, fine by me. Thanks. The key's right there. Kyoko pointed to the table by her bed. Got it. I grabbed the key off it. Just don't go snooping around Hazuki's room, Romeo. Hey, I'm a detective, not a pervert. Oh, but at second thought, she'll be needing clothes. Normally I'd ask Yukari to take care of that, but I haven't told her yet. I see, she can be a real worrywart. So tell her once the dust's settled, okay? I should be just fine. I mean, she's just concerned about you, right? Just shows how that she cares. I nodded and headed for the door. Could I have a word with you, Kayahara? I beckoned Fuyumi over. But I wanted to give Hazuki a scrubbing. Let the nurses do their jobs, seriously. Later, Kyoko. See ya. Why do you want my... Could it be? No, whatever it is, no, I think. Yeah, true. After all, Hazuki's got me beat when it comes to size and jiggle, no contest. What is with everyone today? You just asked Kyoko if she was stabbed by them, right? Yeah, so you noticed, huh? Yeah, of course it did. Sounds to me like you got an idea of who's to blame. Well, not for sure, but wait, let's take this where Hazuki can't hear us. We ambled away from Kyoko's room until we finally reached the all but deserted waiting room. Did you know that Hazuki's in debt? Fuyumi started taking a low voice when she was confident the coast was clear. I heard she'd taken out loans, yeah, is that what this is about? Not sure, but I'm the one who introduced her to the financing company, so I don't know what I'll do with myself if they're the ones who hurt her. Wait, why wouldn't she just say you stabbed her if that were the case then? It doesn't add up. Well, maybe she didn't want you finding out about her debt or something. No, hold on. You said you already knew her, right? Yeah. Were those debt collectors behind this? I recall the Suggs who trashed Moonworld. Then maybe she didn't want you getting involved. People do crazy things for the ones they loved after all. I didn't quite know how to respond to that. What do you think? Fuyumi leaned in close to me. Why don't you tell me more about this financing company before we go jumping to any conclusions? Right, of course. Fuyumi took a step back and played with her hair as she gathered her thoughts. I told Masaki this yesterday, but my nursery, The New Leaf Garden is run by a religious organization known as the Blessed Congregation. This was news to me, but I urged her on after deeming this wasn't the right time to interrupt. And well, seeing is, the financing company I referred Hazuki to is also run by them. But I never imagined they'd resort to dirty tactics to get their debts repaid. The men I saw at the cafe the other day didn't look like believers, no matter how you spin it. They were probably just hired muscle. That or the Blessed Congregation was providing for sogs like them. Could you tell me the name of this financing company? Her was saying it's... Yumi wrote the name down in my notebook after I passed it to her. Guess I'll ask Toji to look into them. I mean, I guess, might as well, since we're already looking into the, you know, Blessed Congregation, might as well check that out as well. Masaki finally found the building he was looking for after hours of combing the mountains. Though it hadn't looked like a long distance on the map, the unexpectedly severe incline of the mountains and the lack of landmarks had turned his trip into a bona fide journey. Across one by the time, and the elements stood tall on the roof, indicating that this building had once been a church. There were no signs anyone was living or squatting there, of course. Masaki didn't get the sense he'd find anything particularly worthwhile either. Though the church had fallen into disrepair, there were no indicators of trash or furniture littering the lawn. Masaki opened the rusty door to take a peek inside, carefully avoiding barbed wire and splinters all the while. A gust blew through the open doorway, kicking off dust off the ground. Masaki covered his mouth and stepped inside to find more specks of dust in the air. Illuminated by sunlight streaming in from the stained glass windows on the wall. It appeared he was in a chapel. The room still gave off a hollowed atmosphere, even though most of it was barren as a desert. Masaki saw no footprints, meaning he'd likely been the place's first visitor ever since it had closed its doors. His mind then turned to the group suicide Toji had mentioned. In hindsight, he'd wished he'd asked for more details. A cursory look over the chapel revealed no traces of the event in question. Thus, it had likely taken place in a different spot altogether. This facility was supposedly an orphanage once upon a time, meaning there must have been rooms for the children in the vicinity. It was with that thought in mind that Masaki decided to proceed further inside. Well, that is definitely a dormitory, huh? Masaki avoided treading on broken glass and linoleum as he entered the building that served as the orphanage. He braced himself for a gruesome sight, but ultimately only found an abandoned room within. It was so dark in there, despite the faint streams of daylight, that he wished he'd taken a flashlight along. Regardless, now that he'd come this far, he had to turn up something. Oh, okay. Not exactly what I expected at this particular point in time, but I guess Masaki can do some investigating as well once in a while. So, yeah. Okay, let's have a look. I'm bringing up the guide at the same time just to make sure we're not missing anything here. Okay. Masaki opened a bureau that stood against the wall. There he found what appeared to be a dusty name tag in the top drawer. Masaki picked it up and wiped it clean. Had indeed been a name tag. The name on it was Naori Kuroya. What? Masaki recalled what the man himself had told him around New Year's. That was to say, how he was with the Blessed Congregation to save children. Had that wish stemmed from this place? Had the group's suicide that had occurred here left that permanent mark on his soul? I mean, maybe. Who could say for sure? Rows of beds covered in dusty, discolored sheets lined the room. Masaki lifted them, but found nothing beneath apart from wooden boards. Okay. What else? Masaki investigated the dusty floor. His footprints were the only ones there, just as he'd suspected. Evidently, no one else had come by in years. Apart from dust, the floor's only other inhabitants were shards of glass and wrapped corpses under the bed. Yikes. Nothing that would have served as a clue stuck out. Well... There was nothing unusual about the beds. What about the window? The window was caked in dust, making it impossible to see through. This place had clearly been abandoned for quite some time. Okay, what else could we look at? The film spoke volumes as to how long the orphanage had been deserted. The floor was laid in dust, but there were no other footprints. Okay. Is there anything else here? A name tag with nobody's name, yeah? I don't really see much else. What about this? Not really. I guess the name tag was probably the most important thing here, if anything, right? Only getting the repeated text now, so unless we missed some spot. That must be all then. Okay. Well, we do have the save, so let's just keep it there, I guess. In case we have to come back to this. I'll have to follow up on all of this with now. Masaki pocketed the name tag with that saw. Glance outside told him that it was still early enough to make it back to Shinjuku by night. However, he decided to search around a little longer, figuring he'd be better off visiting Naori tomorrow. I called Toji after I returned to the office, requesting that she look into the financing company. She bitched and moaned about me burying her with even more work, but I was sure she could dig up something faster than me. I'll take care of Kyoko's favor at Moonwall tonight. Until then, I'll just finish off whatever business I've got left. Yeah, which business actually, I guess? It says we should go to Kichijoji Station, but let's have a look at the other places first. Drop by Ueno. Taxis will line up at the rotary in front of the station, luring passenger after passenger from the ticket gates, devouring them whole like the sirens of Miss. A bus spewed dense smoke from its hood as it passed by. And yet, despite all that noxious air polluting the vicinity, the old man kept making his takoyaki undaunted. Welcome! He hailed me despite my disinclination to buy anything from him. Buy now and you can get some piping hot takoyaki fresh off the grill. The old man stared right at me. Looked so threatening, and though I was sure he wasn't trying to, and I was on, tenterhooks? No. Hints of sorrow flashed through his eyes when I didn't entertain him with an answer. Alright, I'll have some regular takoyaki. Damn it, he'd won. Coming right up. The old man started making takoyaki. Got some good octopus in today, so you're gonna be eating good. What makes it good octopus? Apparently it was worshipped as a prophet in Europe. Ain't really sure myself. That sounds like a lot of baloney, but whatever, right? Now that'll translate into a better flavor profile. Maybe no one knew what made good octopus anymore. Didn't think I'd be seeing your mug around these parts, Tokisaka. Oh, Toji. Couldn't have come at a better time. I pointed to the food stall. Did you buy some? Yeah, I was actually planning on treating you. A plan I'd come up with approximately 5 seconds ago, mind you. Sorry, but I literally just got something for myself. So she showed me a paper bag. Alright, what's in there? Grilled rice balls soaked in miso. And no, you can't have any. Stick with your takoyaki. Come on, be a pal. What do you say to a little trade? I'll pass. Anyway, I've got a real headache coming on, thanks to the crap you asked me to look into earlier. You say that, but you're already gathering info in the blessed congregation anyway, right? So I'd appreciate it if you could handle this ASAP. I can do it quick, but that'll mean cutting some serious corners. As in, the actual investigating part. Sure that's what you want? Just get me some leads and I'll handle the rest. Seem rather gung-ho about this case. It's because you know the victim, isn't it? There's just a lot about this whole thing that doesn't smell right. Whatever, it's none of my business. All I'm doing is the sniffing. Toji turned around. Wait a sec. What, you need more? Could you take these takoyaki with you? Sorry, you're on your own. This poor guy, he just can't get his business off the ground, huh? Never mind what he tries. Okay, let's have a look at the other ones. I returned to the hospital. Though I'd only just been there, it hit me that I'd forgotten to ask something regarding Kyoko. Oh, Mr. Tokisaka. Koharu approached when she noticed me. Are you here to visit Miss Hazuki? No, I already did that. Are you aware of her condition? Yes, well, the basics anyway. Then could you tell me how long she'll think she'll have to stay here? I need to know how long her cafe will have to close up shop. Well, we'll need to keep her for observation in case her internal organs were damaged. So not too short, but not too long either, probably. I see. Oh, and I'm sure you already know this since you went to see her, but it seems she'll need psychological treatment as well. So we'd rather keep her here until she's stable. What? No, that's the first we are hearing of that. Oh, no, never mind. They did tell us earlier that she might not remember everything because of trauma. Okay, so I guess, yes, they did tell us. Yeah, that makes sense. Please make sure she gets better. We'll do everything in our power to help her, though we have no in-house psychiatrist on hand. Tis what it is. Like hell, I'd want Kyoko seeing that bastard Koharu was alluding to. Yeah, I doubt they'd even let him practice medicine from jail, right? Right, Inokashira Park. I strolled through Inokashira Park before sunset. The shaded portions of the promenade, bereft of the sun's blessings, were many and iced over, so I needed to be careful not to slip. Sure as hell didn't want to recreate the old cliche of tripping into the pond after all. Unfortunately, leather shoes such as mine struggled to maintain balance, icy terrain or otherwise. It was at times like these that I wished I had my old army boots, though I had nothing but disgusting memories about how they'd molder. Oh? I spotted a familiar face walking my way from the other side of the promenade. Good afternoon, Miss Kuchiki. Oh, her again. Oh, Mr. Tokisaka. Chihiro stopped and bowed. Did something happen? No, I'm still working at the same case as last time. She didn't have to know about Moonworld. Oh crap, that reminds me. I forgot to return your photos. That's quite alright, really. They'd just be gathering dust in my home anyway. Chihiro flashed me a smile. In all honesty, I'd rather not be reminded of those times, considering what happened. She'd gone to the mountains to recuperate only to encounter a murder. I'd be hard-pressed to find anyone who'd look back on that fondly. Although I guess what she's referring to is that whole incident with her brother, if anything, I would assume. Although I guess, you know, a murderer isn't particularly nice either, but she's so obsessed with her brother, as we know, that that's probably the thing that, yeah, is the worst memory for her in that time. How much do you know about the Hinagamis? Very little, to be perfectly frank. You may be family, but I only ever met them that winter. Chizuru hung her head. I could ask my father about them, but he's out of the house, unfortunately. There's no need for that. Thanks for the offer, though. Alright, I'll be seeing you then. Chizuru said her goodbyes and walked away. It appeared she'd been trying to avoid dragging the conversation out any longer, because that would have necessitated addressing Toko, of course. I felt it best not to talk about her about that until after I pinpointed Toko's whereabouts, though it didn't seem to me like she'd be thrilled when I did. Yeah, that woman had just, you know, just has given up all hope, it seems, with regards to Toko. But then again, the two of them never had, like, an amazing relationship to begin with, so, you know. I got off the train at Kichijoji Station. And this is the pass we're gonna go with, actually, as well. Though practically a ghost town compared to Ueno and Shinjuku, it was still busy in its own right. Droves swarmed the nearby shopping district, while students filed out of the station gates like a colony of ants. Oh, Professor Tokisaka. Ayumu trotted over to me. Hey there, Sato. No practice today? Right, which was why I'd planned to take advantage of it to visit Moonworld, but they're closed. She eyed me with the scrutiny of a sentinel guarding their leash. Did something happen? Wouldn't know, maybe Kyoko's in bed with a cold. Rather specific example for someone claiming not to be in the know, wouldn't you agree? Ayumu stared deep into my eyes. Damn, she's sharp. Not to mention your sister was acting rather strange as well. Just your imagination, I'm sure. Did that mean Yukari had realized what was up, and Ayumu had picked up on that? Got a secret, don't you? Adults are piles of secret. What is a man?
What is a man? A miserable little pile of secrets. But enough talk. How about you?
Right. That's not what I... Oh, forget it. Ayumu heaved a sigh. You must have your reasons, so I'll leave it at that. What a good egg. Still, I had to be careful, since responding to that was as good as saying that I was indeed hiding something. Want me to get you something? I'll pass. I'd much rather you took me along on your investigation instead. Now that's a bribe I'd go for. I really hadn't been trying to bribe her, though. Just to take her attention away from the matter, huh? Moonworld was completely deserted. I went in using the key Kyoko had given me. The chime of the doorbell resounded through the dark cafe. I flipped the light switch on the wall. Not a creature stirred. There were no indicators that the place had been disturbed either. Yet another oddity about this incident to add to the list. Kyoko had been attacked here. However, you'd have never guessed that from how clean the place looked. Though for all I knew, she may have actually found it in herself to clean while waiting for the ambulance. The fact that shop had been locked tight lent credence to that theory too. Something else that confused me was how there had been a stabbing here, yet the cops weren't even looking into the matter. Did she not notify the police? This was certainly possible. Still, those speculations could wait, leaving that note came first. I retrieved the pen and wrote temporarily closed due to extenuating circumstances on the latter and stuck it to the front door. But while I'd taken care of Kyoko's request, my business here wasn't done, of course. I scrutinized the floor. Drops of blood littered the place here and there, though they were hard to make out against the rusted floorboards. It seemed Kyoko had moved around quite a lot for someone who'd been stabbed. The trail went from the door to the phone behind the counter. That last spot had the most blood, meaning she'd probably been stabbed there. Apparently, she tried to wipe it away, but the marks from what appeared to be her sandals had been left in the process. It was almost like she'd been trying to erase the evidence of the wrong that had been done to her. So be it then. Maybe I'd be charged with destruction of evidence too, but I couldn't just leave the place like this. So I took off my coat, rolled up my sleeves, and brought out a bucket and an old rag from the back. Wouldn't do business good to have blood on the floor. I justified my actions to myself as such while I soaked the rag and started wiping away the stains. Alright, I thought he was gonna investigate a little bit more, but, you know. Maybe not. Okay, anyways, let's save here. Fuyumi was draping herself across the table in her apartment, not a single light on. In her hand was a drinking glass. A bottle of sake had fallen to the floor. Though she'd never considered herself a heavyweight, no amount of drinking did anything but stoke her migraine and sobs. The crumpled letter on the table was drenched in alcohol and tears. Men from the organization had visited Fuyumi after she'd returned from the hospital that evening. They'd handed her a letter and a bag full of money. It was then they'd told her that Yukiko would never pass through these doors again. Oh, fucking blessed congregation at it again, huh? Fuyumi had known this day would come eventually. However, it was all far too sudden. It had only been a week since New Year's, since that day she'd taken Yukiko to their HQ. That had been the wrong move on her part. Fuyumi set down her glass and unfolded a balled-up letter. Words of gratitude decorated it, and at the end there was a postscript asking her to accept the money as her reward. Stacks of the newly issued 5,000 yen bills, released just 3 months prior, sat on the table as well. There must have been hundreds of them, though Fuyumi couldn't bring herself to count. She swatted away the stacks of cash. Bills fluttered about the room like dead leaves. Don't want this. I don't need this. Fuyumi wept. I didn't raise her for this. Could this be retribution for abandoning my daughter? What? Wonder what she's talking about with that. Ultimately, Fuyumi could do nothing but weep through the night. Okay, kind of sus. Nah, but I don't really know what to make of it either. Yukiko sat in the center of a room with wooden flooring. The air was suffocating with the indescribable scent of incense, and yet she simply remained in place like a statue, wearing a ceremonial overcoat. Though she could tell someone had entered the room, she paid them no heed. Splendid! The voice of a frail man echoed around her. Truly have inherited the noblest blood there is. The man reverently took her hand. Felt no disgust. He then lifted that hand like a gentleman waiting on a lady. Could feel dried skin and wrinkles. Though her senses had been honed, she felt like she wasn't able to perceive those as sensations. Yukiko couldn't quite make out the man's face either. Marvelous. To think she has already learned how to enter the trance necessary to sense God's presence. Yukiko had no idea what he even meant. Who is he? Abandon all worldly desires, all reason, all instinct, and become the one who shall lead them all. The man's voice faded. Yukiko was forced to nod without understanding what was even happening. Huh. First period had ended. Huh, okay. What's this? Why did they use the bell of the cafe there? I wonder. Yukari turned around to face the empty seat behind her. That was Yukiko's desk, wherever she had yet to show. Perhaps she'd fallen ill, at least that was what the vain hope Yukari clung to. I'm back. It was then that Kohane returned from the visit she'd paid the staff room. Did they tell you anything? Anxiety gnawed even more fiercely at Yukari's heart when she saw the glum look on Kohane's face. Yeah, get this. They suddenly got a call this morning saying she's dropping out of school. What? But why? Teachers are just as lost as we are, apparently. Come totally out of the blue, you see. Kohane weakly shook her head. Do you think it has to do with what happened yesterday? Yeah, no doubt about that, I'd say. Yukari recalled how someone had come to pick Yukiko up and then had taken her away in a car. Probably, yeah. You wouldn't happen to know who that man was, would you? Get the impression you know more than you're letting on. Well... Kohane held her tongue. Knew it, she really does know something. Yukari had suspected as much ever since she'd seen that daze Kohane had drifted into when he'd watched Yukiko get taken away. You do, don't you? Could you please tell me? Sorry, I got nothing, really. Kohane just shook her head again. Yukari could immediately tell Kohane was hoping she'd drop the subject. Please, Kohane, I'm begging you. I can't stand not knowing why a friend would just suddenly vanish like that. Yukari squeezed Kohane's hand. Nothing else, I just want to ask Kayahara what's happening here. Yukari, yeah, you're right. It makes two of us. Then will you tell me what you know? Okay, I recognize the guy who came to pick up Yukiko yesterday. I think his name is Dr. Kuroya. Boy! What are you doing? Kuroya? That name sounded familiar to her. Could you spell it for me? Kuroya. Didn't hear what she actually said, but it's probably the description of the kanji, right? Okay, yeah, it's, it says that part as in, you know, one kanji and that as in the other, but anyways, that's it. Now I remember I saw a search request for Dr. Kuroya in my brother's paperwork the last time I'd cleaned his office. Though she didn't remember his first name, seeing as how that'd been a while back, it still wasn't a very common surname. Holy cow, you got a photographic memory or something? Hardly. I just remember because there was a spider there at the time. Wow, and that's what made you remember? You sure are something. Kohane got up. So what's the plan? What else? We go check that form. Yukari rose to her feet as well. The bell rang, indicating the start of the second period. Terribly sorry, but we'll be leaving early today. Yukari and Kohane rushed out of the classroom after informing their confused classmates. Though she'd never cut class before in her life, she was determined to figure out what had happened to Yukiko as soon as possible. Especially when the pained look on Yukiko's face as she got in that car refused to leave her mind. Masaki was just about to leave when he heard footsteps racing up the stairs. Oh, Mr. Masaki. Yukari, Kohane. What brings you two here? Masaki cocked his head when Yukari and Kohane barged into the office. Don't you two have school today? Well, yes, but... Yukari hung her head. While Masaki was certainly no paragon himself, he'd never skipped school back when he'd been Ayato Hinagami. Then again, he wasn't very big. That wasn't a very big accomplishment considering there hadn't been anything worse cutting class for all the way out in the boonies. There was a missing person search request on the desk recently, correct? It would have been last month. Oh yes, but I'm sure your brother has put it away by now. Why would Yukari be interested in something like that? Do you remember what it said? Yeah. It was a job to find someone just like you said, right? Yes, it should have been for Dr. Kuroya. What? That request had indeed been to find Naori Kuroya. However, that was just a lie Megari had cooked up. No, hold on, forget that. Why is she looking into Nao in the first place? You mean Naori Kuroya, don't you? Yeah, oh, that was his name, yes. So wait, do you know him? Well, yes, you could say that. I was actually just about to go see him. What? Now it was Yukari's turn to be surprised. Please take us with you. Why? Masaki held out his hand when Yukari started striding forward with such intensity that he wouldn't have been surprised if she grabbed him by the collar and started interrogating him. You remember Yukiko Kayahara, right? Yeah, of course. Well, this Dr. Kuroya whisked her away yesterday. Huh? Why would he do that? We're not sure either, which is why we want to go ask him. Masaki understood that they must have had their reasons. Unfortunately, today had been the worst day to ask. For he was about to go ask Naori about the group suicide at the White Lily Garden and such. Thus he was reluctant to bring them along. Reiji would surely give him hell for making his sister party to such a grisly discussion too. Still, Masaki could also tell Yukari was serious. And he was weak to earnest pleas delivered with such desperation. Right. So as much as he didn't want to, he couldn't help but accept. Thank you so much. Come on, Kohane. No, I'll pass. Kohane rapidly waved her hands. Try my best, but I just can't bring myself to come with. I'll see. Yukari hung her head. Sorry for dragging you all the way out to Shinjuku. No, I'm the one who should be apologizing, not you. Kohane shook her head. Are you leaving now, Mr. Masaki? Yes, that was the plan anyway. Then, walk with us, Kohane. We can go our separate ways at the station. Okay, sorry for all the trouble. Kohane feebly apologized to Yukari before leaving the office. Are you ready? Yes. Yeah, so... we know that Kohane has used to be an orphan as well, right? So it kind of would make sense if she didn't want to have anything to do with that organization anymore. Maybe she actually knew about this group suicide. Maybe she witnessed it even. I don't know. I hacked my lungs out at the miasma of cigarette smoke that greeted me when I ventured into Toji's office in Ueno. Got a problem? Problem? No, of course not. What problem? I escaped Toji's bloodshot glare and retrieved a cigarette of my own. It was clear that throwing my own smoke into the mix was the only way I'd be coming out of this alive. Is it though? Really? I don't know about that, man. Toji snorted and handed me a ashtray. Sorry about this. You damn well better be. You're more of a slave driver than Shoujo. Come on, I'm at least better than Yakinuma. Got me there. I mean, that's not setting the bar very high, huh? The pile of smoke intensified. So anyway, as it turns out, That financing company you were so curious about really is affiliated with the Blessed Congregation. It started up last spring and are represented by Keigo Utsugi. Still in its infancy, huh? Wasn't expecting that. It's probably one of their many money laundering fronts. If I were a betting gal. Tons of gangsters ran that strategy during Prohibition. They call themselves a religion. It seems Utsugi's been playing the stock market for ages. Long before a Blessed Congregation was established. It's even owned stock in Hinagami Pharmaceuticals since before they hit it big. Boy, not exactly the first thing that comes to mind when you picture a man of God, is he? He's even got Sogs working for him. Hey, it could be part of the phase too, for all we know. Toji stopped out her cigarette and picked up a tonfa sitting against her desk. But say we take the fight to them. Kill for the chance to get in the workout after all these years. Let's not, I doubt the flunkies would know anything of value. I didn't want them getting swept up in her little vending session. Much less myself. It'd be far more productive to arrange a meeting with Keigo Utsugi. You're not gonna nail the ones who trashed the cafe to the wall. Toji cocked her head. I remember the faces of the bunch who harassed Kyoko the other day, so I can throw them in the slammer if I see them with Utsugi. They talk like they're not behind the stabbing. I honestly doubt they are. Do you seriously believe those punks would be rash and dumb enough to come back for revenge literally a day after I send them packing? What if you struck back quick, so you guys wouldn't have enough time to set up any countermeasures? Well, there's more to my reasoning than that. See, ultimately they want their money back from Kyoko, so not only would stabbing her just make their job that much harder, but she'd win if she sued them. Still doesn't explain why she's keeping her lips sealed, though. Well, if you ask me, the story's about something more complicated than mere debt collection, that's why. This whole thing would have been so much easier if Kyoko were willing to talk, but I didn't see her changing her tune anytime soon, if ever. Anyway, I should be able to get an appointment with Utsugi since I already met him for an interview last month. Would you mind doing that now? Fine by me. I've got questions for him too. Why, did something happen? Not exactly, just curious why he acted like he knew me. Oh yeah, he did talk about her role in the Senri incident, which, you know, is depicted in Kataga. I mean, sure, he could have just heard about my involvement with the Senri incident, but I get the feeling there's more to it than that. Maybe he's had dealings with the criminal underworld. That would add up, considering Toji had once been a higher-ranking member of the Hand of Death, that organization based in Ueno. Well, you do stick out, not for any fault on your end, mind you. Not just because of her past, but also her silver hair and single arm. I did try dyeing my hair black once, actually. Why didn't you stick with it? Because it looked about as good on me as a bald Yakinuma. I nearly laughed my ass off there. Yeah, he deserves all the bullying, that guy. Well, anywho. I'd like to see it, though. Masaki and Yukari were... Oh, and by the way, it still wouldn't solve that problem, quote-unquote, with the missing arm. Masaki and Yukari were brought to the Blessed Congregation's infirmary. What are we doing here? This is where it works. Masaki's explanation did a little to ease Yukari's fidgeting. Are you sure about this? Keep in mind that the stuff we'll be discussing could get rather graphic. I'd already asked her many times on the way over, but this is truly was her last chance. Yeah, don't worry about me. Yukari smiled at Masaki. The group suicide at the White Lily Garden could have involved orphans around Yukari's age. Should I really be subjecting her to any of this? Masaki agonized over his dilemma, but ultimately found no answer. Suddenly the door opened, revealing Naori. Sorry to keep you wait. Oh? Naori cocked his head when he saw Yukari. My name is Yukari Tokisaka. Terribly sorry for cutting in on your meeting with Mr. Masaki like this. Yukari stood and bowed. She's my boss's sister. Naori furrowed his brow before shrugging. Sure, I suppose she can stick around if she likes. So tell me, how can I help you? Two old friends faced each other. I was hoping to ask you something. Knowing it'd come too far to turn back now, Masaki produced a name tag he'd found at the ruins of the White Lily Garden. Hey, that's my name tag. Naori took it and looked it over. The fact that it only has my name and no title means it was probably from when I was working at the orphanage. You can tell. I mean, yeah, it is my name on there. Now they handed the name tag back to Masaki. Well, you're right about that. I found it in the ruins of the White Lily Garden. Are you aware of the incident that took place there a few years back? Yeah, I was even there when it happened. Naori nodded. Could you tell me about it? Masaki took care not to mention the words group suicide in front of Yukari. Remember how I said I want to save children? Well, I couldn't save them. Yeah, I reckoned. And that was the result. The children grew more and more stressed from living with others. Also, it seemed they'd been abused and such in the past, so probably saw no other way out. I'm laughing not because of the event in and of itself. I just had that thought. Remember the other day when I told you about the living situation I had in Berlin with the roommates? I just thought, yeah, I can understand why they got more and more stressed from living with others. Anyway. Now they heaved a sigh. I didn't off myself though, not just yet. And I'm not planning on it either, don't worry. It's all my fault. I couldn't save them from any of that. Yukari suddenly broke her silence. Yes? Was there a girl named Yukiko Kayahara living in that orphanage? Why, yes, indeed there was. A girl named Yukiko was given to the White Lily Garden, though she wasn't called Kayahara at the time. What was her surname back then? I'm not sure. No, wait, maybe that's not the best way to put it. It was an orphanage, so there were plenty of children with unknown parents, you see. Was she there when this whole thing happened? Yes, but she wasn't involved, since she was in a different age group from the participants. And where's she now? Yukari leaned forward. So, my suspicions were right, you are here to ask about her. Though the fact that you two have the same uniform more or less gave that away. Did you really kidnap her? No, she came here out of her own volition. What? What do you mean? She has joined the Blessed Congregation as its oracle. The oracle? Hold on, do you mean? It's not what you're thinking, no. It's a role similar to the Blessed Congregations. No, Senity's Oracle of Revelations from back in the day. Nothing more. How is that not what I'm thinking? True, there probably isn't that much of a difference. In all fairness, apparently she's part of a lineage that's considered exalted in this organization. Sounds to me like you don't know much of her yourself. Of course not. They may have tasked me with bringing her over, but they don't tell me much, since I'm not actually one of their believers. Naori shrugged. That sounded fishy, but Masaki couldn't tell if he was lying. Though admittedly there was something that bugged him. How could Naori say she was an exalted lineage when he claimed her parents were an enigma? And again, perhaps he really hadn't been given the details. Still, the Naori Kuroya that Masaki knew would never have missed such a blatant contradiction. Mr. Kuroya? Yes? Would it be possible for me to see Yukiko? Frankly, I highly doubt that. But she's in this building, isn't she? Yeah, that's likely. Yukari pressed Naori. I wouldn't know, though I may have been the one who brought her here. Only the organization's top clergymen are aware of her present whereabouts. No, that can't be. Rest assured, though, no one can harm her now. And Mr. Uribe is an upstanding man, so you have nothing to fear. Are we sure about that? I don't think we can be 100% sure he's an upstanding man. It's not the issue. Yukari shook her head, but ultimately held her tongue, all words failing her. Can I ask you one last thing? Sure, as long as it's within my power to answer. I was hoping you could give me a list of the orphans who lived at the White Lily Garden. And that, my friend, is something not within my power. Naori chuckled awkwardly. It was so long ago that I'm not even sure if there are any records of those days. No, wait. Actually, I can think of one place they'd be. Where's that? Naori gestured to the east with his thumb. Where else? The MPD. Oh, okay. Well, maybe Yaginuma will be a pal. A good friend, Yaginuma. Well, okay. I kept waiting in the living room until I heard the front door open. So she's finally back, huh? Oh, Reiji, I'm home. I'll go make dinner right now. Yukari. Yes. School called earlier. Told me you could class without permission. Yukari gasped and fell silent. What happened? I knew my sister would never skip school without good reason, which meant it must have been something serious. That was why I refused to scold her without hearing her side of the story. Yukari suddenly covered her mouth and fell to her knees. Oh no, Yukari. Yukari? I'm sorry. Yukari wept. Yukari. I got out of my chair and crouched down next to her. It's okay, Yukari. I promise I won't get mad. I spoke as kindly as I could so as not to further agitate her. I know you must have had your reasons, so tell me what happened. I don't know. None of it makes sense anymore. My sister heaved sobs as she struggled to get those words out. Just sit tight, okay? I'll go brew some tea. Normally I would have offered her coffee, but we're still out. By the time I returned with tea, Yukari was slumping in a chair. Head drooped so low it pained me to watch. Feeling a little better now? Yeah, I'm so sorry I had to see that. No, don't apologize. That's what siblings are there for, right? I set a teacup before Yukari. Mind telling me what happened? Okay. Yukari sipped her tea and kept her hands wrapped around the cup as she began explaining the situation. She told me about how Yukiko had quit school. About how a man in a white robe had taken her away. About how she'd gone to see that man, Naori Kuroya, with Masaki. And about how Yukiko had gone to the blessed congregation of her own volition and become their oracle. Perhaps she truly did join them willingly, but I can't forget that look in her eyes as she left. According to Yukari, it had looked like Yukiko wanted to say something. All road led back to the blessed congregation, huh? Alright, just let me handle this. Plans were already in motion for me to meet with Keigo Utsugi tomorrow, albeit on another matter entirely. Thus I could probably seize that chance to milk some information on this matter as well. Thank you. Please do whatever you can for her. Yukari bowed. By the way, why did that nitwit Masaki go to see Naori in the first place? Well, oh, she caught on to it, huh? Well, it sounded to me like he was asking about a group suicide at an orphanage. A group suicide? You didn't ask him to investigate that? No, I just told him to look into the blessed congregation. Maybe this group suicide had come up in the process. Still, I hadn't seen anything like that coming. Please don't blame Mr. Masaki. I'm the one who forced him to take me along. Yukari foresaw what I was singing and pleaded with me. You got it. I reluctantly nodded as I pondered how I was going to make that nitwit's life hell. Ooh. Murderer POV, huh? A man rested atop a modest bed. He was Tokihiro Oribe, a leader of the blessed congregation. However, he wasn't sleeping. The eyes adorning his gaunt face were fixed on the ceiling. Appears I'm not long for this world either. Suddenly he spoke. The blessed congregation's future should be entrusted to the young folks such as yourself. Though Oribe was in his mid-50s, he looked far older than that. That stood testament how gravely his disease had ravaged him. Will you inherit my will? In response, I... Oh my god, what? Ugh. Plunged my knife deep into Oribe's stomach. His body spasmed as he coughed up blood, seemingly lacking the strength to even rise in pain. I leaned over and whispered my answer directly into his ear. Mark my words, I have inherited your will. Well... What the heck? What's going on here? Lot of deaths, huh? Anywho, I met up with Toji in front of Shinjuku Station that Friday morning. Masaki not coming? A guy left for the MPD first thing in the morning without telling me a damn thing. Better than a bum who sits on their ass all day, don't you think? Gladly take that over someone who stirs up shit behind my back. How is he as an assistant, by the way? Think he's pulling his weight now? By pulling his weight, you mean dragging his boss' sister all the way to the blessed congregation's headquarters, then yes, he is. Still, they came back in one piece, right? Besides, he was doing it to dig for info, so hey, all's well that ends well. Well, I admit I can at least count on him to take detours I likely would have dismissed without a second thought. I probably wouldn't have gone to some abandoned orphanage out in Hachioji, so he had me beat there. I was more the type who only tried visiting places that would be surefire gold mines of info. Anyway, what do you say we hit the road? We headed for the station. Our destination was Kunitachi Station, where we'd make for the blessed congregation's HQ. Well, I wonder if they're gonna get more information out of them than, you know, than Masaki was able to. Although, he talked with the Naori, to be fair. Not with Keigo, but Keigo is even less likely to talk, right? So you sure saying your sister's friend is in there? Well, definitely, but you sure as hell ever in their clutches. They claim she came of her own volition, but I find that fishy. Think they made her say that? That, or they somehow made her believe that. For all we know, the blessed congregation could have a very manipulative psychiatrist under their employ. Though the only one I knew was behind bars. Whatever the case, it would probably be worth asking Yukiko's mother to shed some light on this whole affair. I wonder what all the fuss is about. Toji came to a halt, stared down the road, right at the blessed congregation's headquarters. Confused, I strained my ears and heard some sort of commotion coming from the inside. Did something happen? Something was definitely off, that much was certain. This was a complete U-turn from the deathly silent building I'd last seen. Let's ask. Toji approached the man stationed in front of the door. Can I help you? Pardon me, we have an appointment scheduled with Mr. Utsugi. The man glanced at the door behind him, then turned back to us. He's busy today. I'll have to ask that you please come back another day. Why, did something happen? I'm not allowed to discuss that with you. Please take your leave. The man stubbornly shook his head, blocking the way in like the sentry he was. Toji and I couldn't well force our way through after he turned us away so courteously. Plus, even if he hadn't, I doubted we could take a man of such rugged build head on. You're two on one though. You can do it. I believe. You seem more like a hired muscle than a believer. What's your call? Toji turned to me. Let's do as he says. I doubted breaking in was going to do us much good anyway. All we'd get was a trip to Slammer for assault, along with breaking and entering. Thus I retreated from the door and scanned the building. Seems whatever's happening came from right out of nowhere. Yeah, let's ask around and see what we can learn. Now that's more like it. Just please, for all that's holy, keep that thing hidden in your coat. I nearly shit my pants when I saw glimpses of it during our talk with the man. There was no chance in hell of justifying ourselves if she started whacking people with that tonfa. They had it coming anyways. They're very sus, even though we don't know the extent of what makes them that suspicious, you know. Anyway, Masaki endured the investigator's quizzical stares as he was guided to the reception area and CID section 1 of the MPD. He knew exactly why they treated him like that, of course. After all, he'd been here twice before in handcuffs. And while he'd been found innocent in both cases, that didn't take the slightest bit of edge he felt in this place off. Masaki ended up waiting inordinately long for Yaginuma to get back from whatever job he was off doing. Not once was he served tea during this lengthy sojourn, though that was probably just par for the course with the police. It wasn't until some time past 11 that Yaginuma finally showed up. It was very unwise of you to pay a visit without scheduling an appointment. You do realize I also work for the NPA, do you not? Terribly sorry about that. However, I need to ask you a favor. Seeing as how you are not my superior, what on earth makes you believe I would lift so much as a finger for your request? Pray tell. It concerns the blessed congregation. I shall at least hear you out, but whether I do anything about it is another matter entirely, mind you. He's as friendly as usual, this guy, huh? Yaginuma sat on the opposite sofa. Are you aware that there was a group suicide at an orphanage known as the White Lily Garden back in 1952? I am. They were affiliated with the blessed congregation, were they not? Though it was not on the case, I did peruse the relevant reports. Supposedly the victims all took poison. Could you show me those reports? Now why should I? I failed to see what bearing it has on the present case. Well, you and your boss are investigating the recent serial killings. Therefore, I highly doubt such an old case would be immediately relevant. I hate to admit it, but he's right. The two aren't directly correlated. Yeah, all we can say at the moment that the blessed congregation plays some sort of role. But he knows that as well, of course. So you say, but it does involve the Blessed Congregation, which is linked to the same Shigusa shrine that used the Lord Hina clay dolls. Yes, so I've read. But surely you must understand that doesn't equate to the pertinence of the group suicide itself. Don't know that for sure. Then please return after you uncover said relevance. I'm a very busy man. Yaginuma was about to leave when he suddenly looked at Masaki's face like he'd realized something. How much have you uncovered about that orphanage? Oh, well, that abuse and stress were likely factors in the group suicide, more or less. And who told you that? Someone who was working for the White Lily Garden when it happened. Masaki deliberately hit Naori's name. He figured it was only common sense that a detective not rat out their sources. What was the nature of the abuse? I wasn't informed. I see. Yaginuma snorted haughtily, as if to scream, "Useless bastard." Your visitor, Superintendent? A young inspector suddenly came forth and saluted with those words. Visitors? And who is it this time? Well, the inspector whispered into the Yaginuma's ear after glancing at Masaki. Very well, show them in. It's gotta be at Reiji, right? I take it that's my cue to leave. Masaki spoke up once the inspector had left. Oh no, by all means, stay for all I care. In fact, that may actually be for the best. Just as he was about to ask what that meant, Masaki saw Reiji and Toji approaching. Mr. Tokisaka. Shit just hit the fan, Yaginuma. Tokihiro Oribe was murdered. Yep, we knew that. But, what? Yaginuma sprang to his feet and turned to me. We're not completely sure, just so you know. This is only what Toji heard from a local. But personally, we've got no hard proof as of yet, sad to say. We're hoping you'd have some info, but it sounds like you're just as surprised. Yes, indeed. We've yet to receive any report of the sort. Yaginuma raised his hand, hailing the young inspector who'd shown us in. You there, contact the local precinct and have them investigate the matter ASAP. Sir. The inspector raced for a telephone. Are you certain he was murdered and didn't simply pass away? We're not certain about shit. We're just telling you what we heard. The proprietor of the Blessed Congregation's preferred laundromat claims to have seen Oribe covered in blood when he stopped by earlier. Though even if that's true, he could have just as easily killed himself. I surmise as much myself, thank you very much. Why do you always have to be the asshole, even in a situation like this, seriously? Let's wait for the precinct to call in with their report. Seriously, don't think we have that kind of time, but you do your thing. Glanced at Masaki. So tell me, what were you doing what are you doing here, sorry. I decided to question my so-called assistant, figuring I had nothing better to do until Yaginuma got the call. I told you about how I investigated the ruins of the White Lily Garden 2 days ago, right? Well, I went to go visit someone yesterday to question them about the subject. I failed to see how those matters were connected, but he was probably walking on eggshells at the moment, if I had to guess. Yukari had told me about how he'd found Naori Kuroe's name tag in those ruins. However, he most likely didn't want to mention Naori's name in front of Yaginuma, hence his ambiguity. And did you turn up anything about the group suicide? Only that there's a chance the children were abused. That was more or less the same as what Yukari had told me. Not that it was any surprise, of course. So I came here to ask if I could take a look at the records of the incident, but Masaki looked at Yaginuma. I refused on the grounds it was irrelevant to this case. Will you show them to us so we can establish a solid link? Suppose I would have no qualms were that the case. Well, you heard the man. Break a leg, Masaki. I patted Masaki on the shoulder. What? Our investigation has turned up some hints. So surely you can smooth talk, convince the likes of Yaginumas with cold hard logic. I don't know, I think logic doesn't always apply with Yaginuma. Sometimes, but not always. No, Intriguing, challenge accepted. Yaginuma flopped down on the sofa facing Masaki's. Think Masaki's got a chance? Toji whispered to me. He puts this together with what Yukari told me yesterday, sure. Well, I've got no clue what you're talking about, so Godspeed to him. Toji produced a cigarette and lit it. Could kill for a smoke right about now, too. Well, we're here suggesting Oribe was murdered, but I was at this blessed congregation headquarters myself only yesterday. Masaki began his deduction, and the deduction music is playing in the background as well. There wasn't even the slightest indication of such an incident during my visit, meaning he was likely killed afterwards, assuming he truly was murdered, that is. And how do tell, does this help us in any way? Yaginuma sounded exasperated. Reveals a huge gap. There was mass pandemonium there this morning, meaning it's reasonable to assume he was killed under the cover of night, but wasn't found dead until morning. I explained that to Masaki before lighting my cigarette. That's not the issue here, though. So let me make sure I have this straight. Your source in the White Lily Garden is someone who was in the Blessed Congregation's headquarters, correct? You two must be rather close in that case, wouldn't you agree? See, he's caught on. That was just what Masaki got for running his mouth on something he'd chosen to keep secret. Oh, that's just a coincidence. Gonna have to be more specific than that. I held off on smoking my cigarette to throw him a bone. Female student joined the Blessed Congregation the other day. I heard she did it of her own volition, but that claim is highly questionable at best. I put Yukiko up on the chopping block, much as I felt bad about it. However, his source testified that she was once an orphan at the White Lily Garden, so we won the reports of the incident in order to verify those claims. I understand your reasons, but how exactly is that pertinent to this case? She joined the Blessed Congregation either yesterday or the day before that, so who's to say that she didn't have something to do with Oribe's death? What is her name? I'm not at liberty to tell you yet. Knowing this guy, he'd treat her like a criminal, something I would have much rather avoided. You do realize it will not take long for me to find out, yes? Oh, I'm aware. I just want to give you some time to cool your head first. I won't be rash and arrest her. Why, we aren't even sure if Oribe's been murdered yet. Funny coming from the guy who'd once rashly arrested the very man sitting across from him. Very well, you win. You have nothing but time to kill at the moment anyway, I suppose. Yaginuma shrugged, hailed the young inspector over, and gave him a handwritten note. Bring these files over, and have the men on the Kokobunji case report back ASAP. Sir, yes, sir. The inspector hurried out of the room. And at long last, I was able to light my cigarette in peace. That tone shifted rapidly there. From the deduction music to this. Hey, Yaginuma, have you looked into that financing company affiliated with the Blessed Congregation? But of course, the Blessed Congregation supposedly uses the donations to provide mutual aid amongst their believers, but nobody actually believes that. They are all but certainly laundering illegally acquired money for the Blessed Congregation, so I have no doubt we can expose that as soon as we obtain evidence. They'll probably lose their tax exemption privileges granted by the Religious Corporation Act if they're making a profit of that. I could probably find that out by asking Kyoko or someone, but I couldn't have cared less about putting this company out of business. All I wanted was to find out who'd attacked her. Yeah, Superintendent. The young inspector returned with files. Much appreciated. Any word from Kokobunji?
まだ連絡はありません。
Not yet, sir.
わかった
Understood. You're free to go. Sir. Now we're talking. Hey, we have your permission to read these, right? Ask Yaginuma for confirmation just to be safe.
持ち出しは禁止ですよ
So long as you don't take them with you, yes.
分かってるよ。
Of course. I picked up what appeared to be a roster and leafed through it. I just had to think back on that one game I played at some point. The Gabriel Knight 2. And the protagonist in that game, at some point, he deals with the police chief and he actually gives him permission to look into some files. And while the police chief is out of the room, he just rips that page out of the book and takes it with him. Yeah, but, you know, different game. Let's have a look what we can find in these papers. Yeah, great idea. But that's not illegal at all. We could play that again at some point, but since it's fairly short, but yeah, we'll do that another day. Picked up what appeared to be a roster and leafed through it. It seemed it was a list of orphans under the White Lily Garden's care at the time of the incident. It was divided between those who had and hadn't died in a group suicide. Though it seemed many had died, there were also a lot who didn't, the ones who probably hadn't even participated in the incident.
名字が書かれていない人が多い。
Sure are a ton of kids here without last names, huh?
孤児であれば
It's cause there are a shitload of orphans out there whose parents are a total mystery. Yeah, makes sense. Suddenly I saw a name that made me freeze right up.
どうした
Something wrong? Toji scanned the list. No, wait, sorry, I misread it. I'd seen the name Yukio among the dead, which I'd momentarily mistaken for Yukiko. Yeah, she's gotta be with the survivors. Oh, found her. My eyes fixed themselves on the name Yukiko, no surname. That was probably her.
誰かいましたか
Have you found what you're looking for? Eginuma came on over to me.
まあな。
You could say that. Should I tell him? My eyes danced around the roster for a bit. And then I noticed one, no, two other names that rang a bell. Now these he can't know about, not yet.
さっき言った典型会に行った女学生が確認
I've confirmed that the female student we were talking about was indeed an orphan. Here. I pointed out Yukiko's name to Yaginuma.
ユキコ
Yukiko.
今のせい
It's a present surname.
早原だ。
Kayahara.
養母も典
The
型会
foster
の
mother's
関係
got
者で
ties to the blessed
信
congregation,
ではないそう
but supposedly she's not a believer.
柳沼くれぐれも
Now, listen, Yaginuma, you have to promise me that.
分かってます
Rest
よ
assured, I
先
shall
輩
not make an arrest without hard evidence, sir.
扱いはしませんから
What in the world is taking them so long?
拉致が開きませんね
Yaginuma looked at the young inspector waiting in front of the phone.
何か面倒事が起きている
Perhaps they bumped into some trouble. Maybe it'd be better for me to check it out in person. Till she turned to leave.
また正木も連れて行って
Hold
くれ
up,
ない
could you
か
take Masaki with you? Huh? Me too?
それは
Sure, I guess, but why? Doji looked into my eyes, trying to read my mind.
俺はこっちを調べる
I've
必要
still
が
got
ある
stuff to look into here. I indicated the White Lilligant's orphan roster.
分かっ
Got it. Let's get going. Maybe he's just trying to be the matchmaker. I doubt it though, to be honest. The pair left.
ところで柳沼
Say, Yaginuma.
何ですか
Yes.
当時に何を調べさせ
What was it you asked Toji to look into? Toji had said she'd been sworn to silence, but surely there wouldn't be an issue if I heard directly from the horse's mouth.
僕が抱えている案件は
You do realize this is not the only case I have under my purview, do you not?
こちらの件に関
Sure,
わる
but you told her she could talk openly about anything about this case, yeah?
やれやれ
For Pete's sake, what part of gag order did she not understand? Yeah, you knew I popped a cigarette between his lips and lit it up. Well, since he isn't around, I may as well tell you. It involves illegal clinical trials. Performed by Hinagami Pharmaceuticals, I take it. I believe you have likely surmised as much yourself, but they probably continued with the human experimentation made infamous by the war. That would be rough. Say, and that's how Mizuki Ito's his father factors into all this, huh? This group suicide at a blessed congregation affiliated orphanage smells rather fishy. Then why didn't you just fork over the file to begin with? Couldn't very well risk him leaking this information to his family business now, could I? Didn't know whether I should consider that cautious or paranoid. I'll look into it too then. Please remember to leave that roster before you go on your way. I know. That was fine, seeing as how I'd already memorized the most important pieces of information. The names... Oh, yeah, of course. Michiru. And... Oh my god. Her last name is Yoshino. Remember that piece of evidence? That we saw with the names of potential bridal candidates of Ayato? The mother's name was written on that. And it was Midori Yoshino. I headed straight for the Kuchiki Hospital after leaving the MPD. After all, I needed to verify my suspicions about the name in that roster. Though admittedly, I wasn't sure I'd actually get anything out of her. I found Koharu as soon as I stepped inside. Dr. Yamanuchi. Oh, I here to visit Miss Hazuki. In good time. Listen, is Shirosaki in her room? She should be, yeah. Why? Has something else come up? I guess you could say that. Probably nothing as serious as whatever you're fearing, though. All I'd done was see a name on a piece of paper. Alright, just please try not to agitate her. Kohara led the way after delivering that warning. Which, you know, could very well agitate her if that's the place where she apparently, you know, got her mental illness. Developed it. I entered Michiru's room. She was leaning beneath the window, staring up at the ceiling as if it was a starry sky. Michiru. Hmm? Alright, turn to me. What? Can we talk? No. Damn, that was the fastest it had ever been rejected. Don't worry, this isn't about what happened the other day. It's something else entirely, I promise. Though I doubt it she'd take very kindly to this topic either. About what? About long ago. About the church in the mountains. Ichiro suddenly jolted. She then rolled up her sheets and crawled under the covers. Michiru? She'd probably realized what I wanted to discuss. Michiru stuck out her hand, reaching for the stuffed rabbit on her bed. What do you want to ask me, Pops? Michiru jiggled her stuffed rabbit as she spoke. I guess the idea is that the rabbit's speaking now, better play along. At least she was willing to talk. Did you live at an orphanage called the White Lily Garden? I don't think Michiru wants to remember that. It was as good as a yes in this situation. I recall what she'd once told me, specifically about how she'd seen something she hadn't wanted to. I also remembered how she'd lost her eye before she was adopted. If it had happened at that orphanage, then maybe the group suicide was the cause, or at least, that was all I could conceive at the moment. Would you please be so kind as to tell this nice young man? Some detective you are, Pops. Fine. The stuffed rabbit nodded. I couldn't butt in, much as I wanted to tell her not to call me Pops. Michiru's left eye saw something it shouldn't have. It happened in the middle of the night, when everyone else was sleeping, I think. Michiru was speaking loquaciously, possibly because she was making her stuffed rabbit talk for her. Only two were awake. They were Michiru's friends, so she got curious and watched them from her bed. Michiru suddenly dropped her stuffed rabbit. Only her hand was left. She clenched it into a fist, quivering. I picked up the stuffed rabbit and wiped the dust of it. It seemed it was still quite dirty from when it had been left in the snow the other day. Michiru had probably treasured it, Carol, if I was remembering correctly, for a long, long time. I gently held Michiru's hand, so as not to startle her before giving her back the rabbit. Michiru, no, the rabbit, didn't so much as budge for quite some time after that. Hey, Pops! Suddenly she called out to me, still playing ventriloquist with Carol.
なんだい
Yeah? Do you want me to keep going?
聞かせてもらいたいけれど
I admit I do, but it's entirely up to you. Then can we stop here?
Ah.
Sure. I couldn't force her to relive painful memories. You're a nice guy, Pops.
お兄さん
Enough with the whole Pops thing. I'm not that old. The stuffed rabbit rose up. Fine, you win, Pops. She's screwing with me, isn't she? What Michiru saw was one absorbing another.
取り込んだ
Absorbing? She'd only just resumed her story, yet I was already lost. It was terrifying. Michiru wished she couldn't see it. And so she gouged out the left eye that had witnessed the act.
取り込まれた人
What
は
happened to the one who got absorbed? He vanished. The two became one. Then the one left became two. Vanished? Does she mean murdered? But that would mean this was something completely separate from the group suicide. Had there not been another gruesome incident?
それはいつ頃の話なんだい
When was this? Not long before Michiru became a Shirosaki. A little before everyone else vanished.
みんながいなくなった時のことは
Do you remember what happened when everyone else vanished? Michiru shook her rabbit back and forth like a pendulum. Michiru wasn't there when it happened. She was getting treated at the hospital. So she hadn't actually witnessed the group suicide then.
みんながいなくなった理由は
Do you know why everyone vanished? No, Michiru doesn't. No one would tell her. I couldn't tell if that meant she had nothing to do with it at all or if she simply hadn't been informed. It went without saying, of course, but group suicides involve more than one person. So with that in mind, why hadn't Michiru been included? All of a sudden, the girl in question dropped her stuffed rabbit and poked her head out from under the sheets. I'm hot.
そりゃまあ
Well, duh, that's what happens when you bury yourself under the covers of a heated room, winter or not. It seemed her little puppet show was over.
汗をかいたままにしていると風邪を
You'll
ひく
catch a cold if you don't wipe that sweat off, you know? Then wipe me.
他の人に
It's
頼
not
みなさい
exactly in my wheelhouse. I departed the room, determined to leave Michiru's care to her nurses.
時坂さん
Ah, he makes an appearance as well. Again, Mr. Tokisaka. And Fumiya just happened to pass by me.
どうも口木さん
Good afternoon, Mr. Kuchiki. Say, would you happen to know anything about a patient named Chirosaki?
何かご存知です
It's her room right here.
白崎さんですか
Chirosaki, honestly, not much.
僕が
She was being kept here even before I took over, you see.
まあそれは仕方のないことですよ
Understandable, and you wouldn't know why she was sent here, would you?
きっかけなどがわかるものはありませんかね
Normally, I'd direct you to the doctor who was in charge of her back then, but that would be rather difficult. Her child would likely have the answer, though.
お願いします
Good. Could you please let me see it? There's no patient secrecy in this place, is there? Well, Fumiya scratched his head with his gloved hand.
どうかしましたか院長
Something the matter, Director? Haru strolled over when she saw us.
あ山之内先生
Oh, Dr. Yamanuchi, well, you see, Mr. Tokisaka here was just talking about how he wanted to take a look at Chirosaki's chart. Again? Haru scowled and glared at me.
いや
Hey, this is for her own good, I swear.
彼女の
I
ために
just
も
want to
必要
know
な
what
ことなんで
triggered
す
her condition.
ですが
But no, forget it. I'll let you decide, director.
お任せします
Kohara looked up at Fumiya.
わかりました
So be it.
こちら
Come
どう
with
ぞ
me. I guess Fumiya just trusts him enough to show him the files because they're like, you know, they had a lot of contact during the first game already. What was Toko still around and all that. Fumiya pointed to his office down the hall. I waited on the sofa until Fumiya came back with some documents in hand.
こちらが白崎
Here, this is Michiro Shirasaki's chart.
失礼します
Thank you very much. I took the chart and looked it over. Michiro Shirasaki, hospitalized July 1952. Attending physician Tamaki Saito, of course. Rokushiki. Suffers depersonalization and self-mutilation, possibly symptoms of toxicity from excessive dosages of psychotropics. Ooh la la. And let me guess where they came from. Hinagami Pharmaceuticals, right?
中毒
Toxicity? So wait, it wasn't her illness that came first? Was like the whole chicken or egg argument.
薬物による
Some
副作用
medicines
の
have
中
side effects
病気と見分けのつかない
indistinguishable
症状が
from
現れるもの
illness.
もあります
Perhaps she was given such
そ
a
ういった
drug.
薬物を投与されていたのでしょうか
ここに入院
If that's true, then this must have been from before she was admitted to this hospital. Tamaki Saito or Rokushiki wouldn't have made a note of it if that had been his own handiwork. And yet, he'd never mentioned a word about any of this during Masaki's interrogation. Did he hide it on purpose? I would certainly be in character for him. According to Masaki and Toji, 1952 was the same year as the group suicide at the White Lily Garden. The fact that Michiro was listed under the surname Shirosaki on her here meant she must have already been adopted by then. But in that case, what did that mean? She was hospitalized shortly after the White Lily Garden closed its doors.
精神疾患が
So she didn't live with the Shirosakis long enough for life with the wait what? Long enough for life with them to aggravate her mental illness then. If so, then it seemed everything stemmed from the White Lily Garden. The loss of a left eye, her mental trauma, the toxic doses of drugs, all of it.
この記録を見れば
From what I can make
入院
sense
当
of,
初の白崎さんは
make of these,
今より相当
Shirasaki's
ひどい
symptoms
状
were
態
far
だったよう
worse
です
than when she was first brought here. They ranged from insomnia to aggression, self-harm, and all sorts of episodes.
医者が良かった
Fortunately, she had a good doctor. He may be scum, but the man knows his trade, that's for sure.
人の腕は確かですから
Which was all fine and dandy until he turned his patients into serial killers. Hold up, drug toxicity?
個人で何らかの違法薬物
I just thought of something. What if they were using illegal medications at her orphanage?
時坂さん薬物は
Tokisaka, any drug can have severe side effects if people are given an incorrect dosage, illegal or not. It would be best if you didn't consider only narcotics or stimulants.
そういうものの中に
Do any of those have side effects that could trigger a group suicide?
ありませんか
It isn't out of the question for suicidal impulses or mass hysteria to overlap, but perhaps it was sparked by acts of violence or...
いや
No, that couldn't be it.
服毒自殺だったと言ってました
The report said the group took poison, so... Mr. Tokisaka, is it possible the medicines themselves led to their deaths?
ええ
You read my
そ
mind.
れも考えました
Rumor had it that Hinagami Pharmaceuticals had conducted illegal clinical trials, and Keigo Itsugi was a shareholder in that very same company, so
白百合の園で
they conducted illegal clinical studies at the White Lily Garden. No, I doubt there were clinical studies. Fumiya shook his head.
では何ですか
Why is that? Clinical studies are an indispensable part of the drug approval process. It's implausible that they would employ illegal human experimentation during that step, since the government would have records on those.
ではどういう
What would it have been then? The stage before that, baseline study. which can be considered a sugar-coated term for what is essential animal testing. So they use the orphans like lab rats then? Mr. Kuchiki, I saw a representative of Hinagami Pharmaceuticals here a while back. Do you have any documents from that meeting? Yes, I'll go get them now. But I mean, that must have been many, many years ago. I wonder what he's expecting to get out of those documents. For me, I headed for his desk. You suspect Hinagami Pharmaceuticals, Mr. Tokisaka? Can't say for sure, not yet. I had no choice but to give the man an ambiguous answer. Yeah, the documents we received back then. They're about new psychotropics, soporifics, tranquilizers, and so on. Oh, wasn't Michiro getting those as well? Soporifics? I was wondering earlier what kind of medicine that actually is specifically, but yeah, you know, I thought the explanation was good enough that it were psychotropics, so I didn't really dig into it any deeper. For me, I handed me a stack of papers. However, everything written there was Greek to me. He said they're new. Does that mean they were only recently approved? Yes, though obviously the development cycle itself is likely started long ago. It's quite a grueling process from what I hear. Many don't even make it to shelves. Why is that? Because someone else with the same idea may get the patent first. That or the drug itself is either weaker or stronger than expected. Oh? Why is it bad for it to be too strong? Because that results in more profound side effects. That's why there are times when they have to dilute the substance and resubmit it for approval. Mia pointed to a column in the paperwork about one of the drug's effects. For example, this tranquilizer suppresses the secretion of dopamine, but to stop that entirely would lead to Parkinson's disease. Everything in moderation, huh? These effects are the sort of thing adjusted during animal trials, so... Fumiya fumbled over his words. If the orphanage really was being used as a testing ground, then the children might have been given unadjusted medications. Not that we have had any proof though, all of this was still just one big what if. Even if the possibility that Michiro's symptoms were side effects of the drug testing was nothing but a reach for the time being, I shouldn't tell Yaginuma about this just yet. Terribly sorry to have troubled you. Oh no, it's quite alright. Please, I'm happy to help whenever you need it. Yeah, he's a bro. Even though I question his life choices to, you know, concerning his sister. I left Fumiya's office and returned to the lobby. Alright, there's one more stop I gotta make. Are you up, Kyoko? I peered into Kyoko's room and found her in bed. Ah, Tokisaka. Kyoko smiled at me. How are you holding up? I've had worse, though honestly it's a pain now I still can't really sit up. Say, want me to do something? I'm your guy. Hey, no, it's quite alright. I appreciate the sentiment, though. Took a seat next to Kyoko and studied her face. Her cheeks weren't too pale or anything, so it seemed she wasn't just putting on a brave front. What is it? Nothing. I decided to save my questions for another time. Oh, by the way, Uezumi came to visit last night. He what now? That guy actually came all the way out here. Uezumi was stationed at a police department in a distant prefecture. Knowing him, the guy probably nearly shit a brick and came running back the second he heard something had happened to Kyoko. Well, the funny thing is that he must have dropped all his work to do so because one of his colleagues quickly came to take him back. Okay. What a dumbass. At least he looked like he was holding up just fine. Well, yeah, he wouldn't have pulled a stunt like that if he weren't now, would he? Hey, true enough. kind of missed that guy in this game. They were always having a good banter, Reiji and him. But, you know, Kyoko giggled.
な
Say, Kyoko.
何
Yes?
あいや
Well, try to get better soon. I miss your coffee.
そうそう
Oh, speaking of which, you're welcome to take the ground coffee beans I have over at the cafe. It'll go bad if neglected for too long. That wasn't what I'd been insinuating.
分かった近い
Got it, I'll go pick them up when I get a chance. Still, wasn't the only answer I could muster for the time being. Okay. Oh yeah, they were gonna check it out in person, weren't they? Masaki and Toji. The quarrel was unfolding just outside the Blessed Congregation's headquarters by the time Masaki and Toji got there. White-robed congregants were barring entry to a blue, uninformed policeman, each side shouting over the other. For the last time, Chairman Uribe passed away from illness. I believe his voice shook the air. Illness, huh?
殺されたと言ってませんでした
Can you say he was murdered? The pair commented on the squabble as they observed it from a distance. Honestly, it could go either way with what little we have to work off at the moment.
出入りの洗濯屋とか言ってま
You
した
said you heard the story from the man who handles their laundry, right? Is he a believer? If he was, he probably would have denied that their founder had been murdered just like everyone else here. So the fact he didn't makes him trustworthy in my book.
わざわざそんな嘘を喧嘩
Right, since he needn't have lied to an outsider. Assuming Uribe really was murdered, though, that makes me wonder just who killed him. I can only imagine it was an inside job. Maybe. Blessed Congregation doesn't seem much better than Hitogata village, right?
好き好んであんなところに
Why? Because no one in their right mind would sneak into a place like that? So you say, but I've done the same myself more times than I can count.
何をしてるんですか
I'm inclined to ask why. Getting the story straight from the horse's mouth, that's why. It's a whole lot faster that way. Toji pointed to the entrance.
あの男は
Who's that? Keigo Utsugi, Uribe's right-hand man and second in command of the Blessed Congregation.
そうなるとオリベが
So he's the one who would benefit most from Uribe's death, right? If he's trying to seize power, that is. Now's our chance. Toji approached Utsugi, pushing her way through the arguing believers and policemen. So Utsugi, my name is Aoki. I believe we had a meeting scheduled for today. Utsugi stopped on his way to a car when Toji addressed him.
あなたですか
You, huh? It's been quite the ruckus here all day. Is it true Chairman Uribe passed away?
今朝見まか
Yes, this very morning. From what we can tell, he passed away in his sleep. He had been suffering from cancer for years, you see. Well, that part might be true from what we've seen in the cutscene, but, you know, definitely not from illness. Interesting. There will be an official announcement later, so I'll have to ask members of the press, such as yourself, to wait until... No, what's interesting is that we've acquired reliable information claiming he was, in fact, murdered. Utsugi froze just as he was about to take off again. A witness saw Chairman Uribe covered in blood, though that doesn't rule out suicide, of course. Either way, it didn't mesh with the Blessed Congregation's official story.
誰が見たんですか
Who told you that? A journalist never reveals their sources.
吐血されていた
Perhaps they saw the blood he'd coughed up and misinterpreted it. Sugi got into the car. The crowd scurried away when the vehicle honked, watching as it sped off. Well, he didn't deny it. So, what's your take on that?
怪しいですよね
Anyone could see he was lying through his teeth. Masaki gave his honest impressions. He's clearly trying to hide something, but exactly what is still a mystery. The way he reacted tells me Uribe was murdered, but
問題は
let
誰
me
が
guess, the problem is who murdered him. Bingo, you and Tokisaka were saying something about an oracle, right? Sounds to me like she's involved somehow. Perhaps he was planning to use her as a puppet to control the blessed congregation. Looks like I'll have to do some more digging on Natsugi. Was already investigating him on a separate matter anyway, so this works out perfectly. Thank you, I'd appreciate that. Nice try, but you're going with me. Okay. Well, at least we get some alone time with Toji, huh? The sun was setting by the time I got home. I saw another pair of shoes alongside Yukari's at the entryway. A nearly identical ones to boot. Wonder who it is. I'm home. Oh, fancy seeing you here. Yukari and Ayumu were in the living room. Good evening. I hope there's no trouble with me being here. Not at all. Just kick back and relax. Yukari, how's din... Reiji. Yukari interrupted me in a firm voice. Uh-oh, she's pissed, isn't she? Please have a seat right over there, Reiji. Okay. I did as she asked, fearing the consequences if I said no. What did I do wrong? Why didn't you tell me Kyoko got hurt? Oh shit. Telling Yukari had completely slipped my mind. Sato went to Moonwall today and heard the story from the bar next door. You've known about this since the day you got that phone call, haven't you? Well, yeah. Sorry I didn't tell you. I really did owe her a sincere apology. I'm sure he just didn't want to worry you. But still... No, Sato, this one's completely on me. I was planning on telling her as soon as Kyoko's condition stabilized, but that's no excuse. Is she okay? Yeah, just checking her today, actually. She's fine, apart from not being able to move like she wants until she's healed up. You're welcome to pay her a visit if you'd like. Yes, I think I will. Yukari nodded. You, did that do the trick? You haven't had dinner yet, have you? Or do you say we eat out tonight? It's been a while since we last did that. But I already bought ingredients. Sure, but it's not like they expire today, right? And besides, it doesn't look like you've netted any rice, so it's not too late either. You're welcome to tag along, Sato. Oh, sure. If I must. Yukari got to her feet. Why don't we have some sukiyaki hot pot at the local shopping district then? Oh, and you'll be treating us, won't you, Reiji? Yeah. I suppose I shall join you then. Food for free. I'm sure it'll be fine. I doubt these two eat much. Unfortunately, in the end, Sato turned out to be a surprisingly big eater, probably thanks to her being a so-called growing girl, leaving my wallet thinner than the Buddha under the Mahabodhi tree. I don't get that reference, but you know, I'm not that into Buddhism, so I wouldn't know. Class was in session at Obergirls Academy. Yukari kept shooting glances Kohane's way. Reiji had asked her a favor last night. One that Yukari didn't really want to go through with. The fact that it involved something her friend hadn't shared with her yet made her feel especially guilty. But much as she wanted to refuse, the earnest look on Reiji's face had won her over. Though Yukari didn't understand why Kohane was now important to her brother's investigation, she was determined to go through it with it if it meant getting Yukiko back. Bell chimed, signaling the end of class. Kohane came up to Yukari as soon as the teacher left. Yukari, you haven't heard anything about Yukiko, have you? No, not yet. Yeah, it must have something to do with the fact that her name appeared on or that he learned her last name. Is your brother looking into it?
そのよう
He
だ
said he is, yes. But speaking of
ね
Yukiko,
ね
the two of you used to play together for a long time ago, right?
うん
Yeah.
そうだけど
Why do you ask?
聞かせてほしい
Well,
そ
I
の
was wondering if you could tell me about your time in the orphanage. I think I told you a bit about it a while back,
前にも
but I don't remember much
少しだ
more
け
than
だ
that.
けれど
Kinda makes me a hypocrite for getting on Yukiko's case about the same thing in hindsight, huh?
覚えていない
You don't remember?
うん
Yeah, don't know how I ended
そ
up
こにいること
there
に
or
なった
who my
きっ
real
かけとか
family is.
本当の家族の
First thing I knew, I was just there.
でも覚え物心がついた頃に
So you were already living there as early as you can remember then?
多分ね
Probably.
山の方
I don't
だけ
think
ど
the war affected us
戦
that
争の
much
影響も少な
since
かった
we were in the mountains. But I don't know where I came from.
自分のところに来たかもそうですか
I see. Yukari was beginning to regret asking. She felt like a bully who dredged up a victim's painful memories.
あの
I'm really sorry I brought this up.
うん謝る必要なんて
Nah,
ないよ
don't be. It was actually kind of fun looking back on old times. You know, this reminds me of the giant church that was just by the orphanage.
お教会
It was a church?
キリスト
Yeah, I
教
don't
じゃ
think
な
it
か
was
っ
a
た
Christian
は
or
ずなのに
anything though. Not that I understood or cared about any of that stuff as a kid though.
ただ綺麗
I
だな
just thought it was
って思っ
pretty.
てたのそうなん
I
です
never knew. Sure would like to see it someday.
一度見てみたいですね
She really meant that too, though she wondered if she was wrong to sing that way.
教会で
I used to go there and play with Yukiko and Yukio all the time,
遊ぶものなんてほとん
though
ど
it
な
was
かった
mostly us coming up with riddles, since we didn't have much to play with.
雪を
Yukio? Now that was a name Yukari had never heard before.
ああうん
Oh yeah,
ゆきこ
Yukiko's
ちゃん
brother,
兄さん
though Yukiko apparently doesn't remember
ゆきこちゃん
him.
は覚えていないみたいだったけ
He
ど
was also under the list, under the people that had participated in the group suicide.
前に言ってましたね
Right, I remember you mentioning that. Yukari nodded despite finding the whole thing bizarre. Should I tell Reiji about this?
元気でいるんだっ
Hope
た
he's
ら
doing well.
また会いたい
I
ね
know I'd love to see him again. Well, she probably doesn't know about that then. The group suicide, if she says that. For a moment, Yukari was so distracted that she almost missed that.
どこにいるかご存知なん
You
です
don't
か
know where he is?
うん
Nope, I got no idea what happened to him after I left the orphanage. Yukiko says she doesn't remember, but who's to say she's really being honest?
本当かどうかもわからないけどご飯ね
Kohane. Bell rang. Oops, time for
もう授業始
class.
まっちゃうね
Kohane returned to her desk. Yukari could do nothing but get ready for the next lesson. Mixed feelings taking hold of her. Interesting. There must be like one big bombshell that's gonna drop soonish, I guess. That ties everything together neatly. But yeah, we'll just have to wait for that, I suppose. I went to Moonworld after stopping by a government office to pick up a copy of a family register. Not that I needed to come here specifically, mind you, it was just the most relaxing place I knew in the area. It was a real shame I couldn't get a cup of joe while I was at it, but there was no helping that. I helped myself to a stool and pored over the document. Koane Tori. She lived in a house by the Kanda River in Suginami with her foster parents. But before she was adopted, her last name had been Yoshino. Oh yeah, that's right. Why did I mean, I obviously made the right connection there, but why did I not remember that her last name is actually Tori? Oh, well, anyways. The end result's still the same. Here in this case. But before she was adopted, her last name had been Yoshino. That perfectly matched the name I'd found on the White Lily Garden's roster. And that wasn't all. I took out the paper Shizuru Hinagami had given me. Midori Yoshino. Is the surname just a coincidence? It's not a particularly rare one after all. Midori Yoshino's family register had been lost due to the war, and Shizuru Hinagami himself had confirmed her death. Maybe that was why he couldn't find her daughter, even with all the resources of Hinagami Pharmaceuticals behind them. Still, what were the odds she'd been right under my nose the whole time? I charged Yukari with asking, Kohane about her past, but knowing my sister, there was a chance she wouldn't be able to go through with it. As such, I'd just have to investigate myself. Which meant my first order of business was visiting Kohane's home, questioning her neighbors, and having a word with her foster parents if possible. Well, well. This is gonna get interesting with her coming into the mix as well. The house turned out to be a short walk away from Kugayama Station on the Inokashira line. I stopped when I saw a nameplate reading Tori. This has to be the place. It was quite a compact little house. Though potted plants decorated the exterior, most of them had long since wilted away. It seemed the family didn't take good care of them. I observed the surroundings carefully so as not to make any neighbors suspicious, but sensed no one inside. Guess they're not home. In that case, all I could do was question the locals. It was with that plan in mind that I peeped into a shop 3 buildings over. Why, hello there, can I help you?
コーラあります
Hello, do you sell soda? Yeah, of course. The shopkeep picked a bottle of soda out of the case on the floor. It'll be 30,000 yen, that's a little bit expensive. She held out her wrinkled hand. Took out 3 10-yen coins along with a shiny 100-yen coin and handed them to her. Didn't she just say 30,000? What? Whatever, maybe she was just joking or something, I don't know. Can you not count? That's 100 too many. I never thought I'd be told that by someone who actually said 30,000 yen.
いいえ取っておいてください
Don't worry about that, just take it. I would like to ask you some questions in exchange, though. I explained myself as she handed me the soda bottle. Go ahead. First things first, could you lend me a bottle opener? Sure, it's on the wall over there. The old woman pointed to a pillow with a bottle opener nailed to it. I snagged it on the cap and used the leverage to pop the top off. Bubbles fizzled up, just barely not spilling. The soda itself was pleasantly cool, probably because it'd been in that case on the floor.
ところでそこの
By the way, about the Tories. I mean Kohane's family? Something the matter with them?
今訪ねたところ留守
No,
のよう
it's
でし
just
て
that they weren't in when I tried visiting just now. Oh, that's odd. Mr. and Mrs. Tori didn't answer the door?
え
No. Well, Kohane told me a long time ago that they were in poor health, so perhaps they were simply sleeping and didn't notice you.
小羽さんはどう
same.
いう子ですか
Tell me what's she like? Kohane, I mean. She's a good girl. Always has a smile on her face and says hi to me whenever I see her. That one. Apparently she does almost all the chores at her house too.
ご両親は
Why are her parents bedridden? Sounds like it. See, they never could have children of their own. Not for a lack of trying. So they were already getting up in the years when they adopted Kohane and... Oh dear, I don't think I should have said that.
いえ養子である
No, it's alright. I already knew she was
ご
adopted.
両親はどう
What are Mr. and Mrs. Tori like? Just your average married couple. I believe the dad was a plasterer, while the mom was a seamstress.
何らかの宗教に
Wouldn't happen to be particularly religious, would they? I
い
heard that they held a funeral for the dad's nephew at a Jodo Shinshu temple after he died in the war, but that's about it. While it was hard to say for the nephew, given how long he was dead, the fact that she hadn't mentioned the parents themselves meant they likely had little to no connection to the blessed congregation. Thank you very
どうもありがとう
much.
ございました
I set down the empty soda bottle and made my way back to the Tori residence. Maybe I can learn something about her birth parents if I ask how they came to adopt Kohane.
あれお兄さんじゃないですか
Well, well, look who it is. Speak of the devil, huh? Huh? I swiveled around to find Kohane staring at me curiously.
いやー鳥居さん
Oh, hey there, Tori.
なんでうちの前にいるん
What are
で
you
すか
doing in front of my house? Kohane cocked her head. Yeah, she was totally right to be puzzled.
ちょっとそこの店に用事があってね
I had some business at that shop over there. I pointed to the shop I just visited.
あそこのおばちゃんが何かしたんですか？
Why, did the old lady there do
い
something?
やそういうわけじゃないから気にしなくていい
No, not at all, so don't worry about it. Really, I mean it.
はあ、うちに上がってきます。
Sure, if you say so. Hey, all I can really do is make you some tea, but do you want to come in?
それじゃあお邪魔させてもらおう
Thanks, I think I'll take you up on that offer. What a godsend.
ただいま。
Back. Followed Kohane into her house. After passing through the entryway, she took me to what appeared to be her room.
着替えてきますんで。
Wait
ここで
right
待ってて
here,
くだ
I'm
さい
gonna
ね。
get changed. Kohane left me behind. Sandals and a man's clogs had been at the entryway. However, I didn't sense anyone inside. Do her parents really live here? I leaned my ear against the door and listened. I could hear what sounded like Kohane getting changed. But that was it. No hums of electrical appliances or anything. The sound of rustling soon ceased, followed by a clattering of a kettle and water filling up. Next came the ignition of a gas stove. Finally, I heard footsteps approach, so I backed away from the door.
今お湯を沸か
Just
して
sit
ますから
tight, okay? I'm boiling the
もうしばら
water
く
right
待って
now.
くださいね。
ご両親は
Where are your parents?
体調が優れないみたいで。
Sleeping in that room over there. Seems like they're under the weather. That added up with what I'd heard.
そうか
Say,
じゃあ
then I won't
あまり
overstay
長
my
い人も悪
welcome.
いな
心配しなくても
Nah,
大
that's
丈夫
okay,
です
no
よ。
worries.
それよりも
Anyway, what are you
何調べてたんです
investigating?
か？
Kane's eyes lit up with curiosity.
この辺りに俺が調べている人
Someone
が
I'm
住んでい
looking
るらしく
into
て
apparently lives in this area. At least no one could say I wasn't being honest.
なんて人ですか？
Who? I know this neighborhood like the back of my hand,
私この辺りに詳しいですから知ってるかもし
so
れ
I
ませ
might
ん。
know them.
ああ吉野緑
Oh, a
という
woman named
女性だ
Midori Yoshino. I studied Kohane's reaction.
吉野緑
Yoshino Minori? Never heard of her. However, she seemed to pay the name no special heed.
知らないかい
You haven't?
名字だけでもいいん
Maybe
だ
just a surname then.
さあ
Can't say I recognize it, no. The old lady at the shop didn't know either, did she?
まあな
Got me there.
この辺りでは聞かない
Anyway, it's not a name I've heard in this part of town, but I could ask around for you.
いやそこまでして
Oh, no
もらわなくても
thanks, that's
いい
okay. Investigations are supposed to be kept top secret, you see. Wouldn't do to have the person in question snooping around.
それもそうですね。
Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Kohane caved rather easily. Maybe she carves too, I don't know. But it seemed she really didn't know a thing. Was it possible she didn't remember her mother's name, much less her own surname?
そういえば
By the way, when did you start living in that orphanage?
あれゆかりちに聞い
Huh?
たんです
Did
か？
Kari tell you about that?
ああそんなところだよ
More or less, yeah. Kept my answer vague.
私は物心ついた
Well,
頃には
since as far back as I remember, really.
白百合の園
It was called the White Lily Garden, wasn't it?
ええ山の中に
Yeah,
あ
it
って
was right next to this
大きな
giant
教会
church in
が
the
一緒にな
mountains.
っているんです
Wasn't
キリス
Christian,
ト教
though.
系じゃないんですけれどね。
ここに引き取られた
When
のは
were you
いつ頃だ
adopted?
と
About 5 years ago, I think. That's when I first came here.
引き取ってくれたんです。
それは白百合
Was
の
that
園
after
が
the
閉鎖され
orphanage
た
closed
後
down?
いいえ、閉鎖
Nah,
を
that
聞いた
happened
のは
after I was
こちらに来て
adopted.
からでした。
All the kids I knew got sent to different places, including Yukiko and Yukio.
雪
Yukio?
ゆきこちゃんのお兄さんですよ。
Yukiko's big brother.
離
I
れ
don't know
離
where
れ
he
にな
is,
ってい
though.
る
But it must
今は
have
どこにい
gotten
るのか知
separated.
りませんけれど。
I recognized that name. It wasn't the White Lily Garden's roster on the list of the deceased, though I decided it was better not to tell her that without solid proof.
お湯沸かした
Whoops,
ままだ
left
った
the store running. The stove. Kohane got
申し
up.
訳ないけれどそろそろおいとまさせてもらうよ
I'm really sorry about this, but I have to be going now.
お茶いりません
I'm
か？
not gonna stay for
ま
tea.
た今度来た時にいただくことに
Sorry, I don't have time. I'll take you up on that next time.
お仕事忙しそう
It's like
ですね
someone's a busy bee.
あ
Yeah, oh, and don't forget to lock up. I exited the house. Before leaving, I examined the entryway in detail and noticed the men's clogs were dusty. Seemed like her father hadn't been out in a while. Something's not right here. However, it wasn't my job to figure out what. Would have been lying if I said I wasn't concerned. But I had bigger fish to fry at the moment. I checked the paper Shizuru had given me. There was a very high probability that Masaki's bridal candidate, Midori Yoshino's daughter, was in fact Kohane. It didn't seem like she was aware of that, though. She was probably selected because of her mother alone, because of her blood. But what significance did that hold? I didn't know, but whatever the case, I couldn't let the killer discover her true identity. That said, I'd been careful on my way over to ensure I wasn't tailed, so I didn't think they'd find out so easily. Still, I needed a plan. A plan to set their sights somewhere else. Okay, but at least we know that Shizuru's crappy handwriting kind of saved the life of our favorite character in Hitogata, that is you, as a matter of fact. But yeah, anyways, Masaki grappled with some documents in Toji's office back at the Ueno. At present, he was studying the photo of Keigo Utsugi. So his face isn't ringing any bells? No, I never saw him back home. That was to say, Hitogata. Shame, according to what I turned up, he was an active member since the foundation of the Congregation of the Blessed, and even visited Hitogata a whole lot of times before the war, though. But why? Beats me. Personally, I'd put money on him being Michio Shigusa's, the original founder's agent. While we're on the topic, do you recognize Oribe? No, I can't say I do. Masaki shook his head after scrutinizing a photo of Tokihiro Oribe. Small settlement, so any outsiders would have stuck out like a sore thumb. I was a kid back then, though, so perhaps I simply forgot ever seeing him. He didn't even remember Michio Shigusa, the one who'd been a Hitogatan to begin with. Utsugi was a part of Senri too, after they took over, that is. But was apparently ostracized and kept at the distance by the main faction. Toji flipped through her documents. In his time there, he founded what was known as the Uribe faction, which was clearly split from the main faction. That's why he didn't suffer all that much blowback when Senri dissolved. Masaki had heard the same himself numerous times. If Oribe was really iced, and it was almost certainly an inside job, and the prime suspect would be this guy, Keigo Utsugi. Do you have any proof? None, but wouldn't it be crazier not to suspect him when he's second only to Oribe and in charge of the Blessed Congregation's finances? Yeah, true. It all stood to reason. That said, we still don't know shit about Utsugi, hence why I ask you about his visits to your hometown. Well, someone older might remember him. Masaki went over everyone from Hitogata who currently resided in Tokyo. Naori wasn't that much older than him, and Karen was the exact same age, naturally. So that left either his father or Nanako. What do you say we go to the hospital and ask Nanako? The idea of seeing his father made Masaki uncomfortable. But while Nanako was much easier to talk to, she was also a member of the Blessed Congregation in all but name. Sure, she's not gonna rat us out to anyone? Can't be certain, but on the other hand, would be a chance to get some information on the Blessed Congregation's inner workings. Point taken. Toshi nodded and stacked her papers. Today's a Saturday, right? Shouldn't be busy this evening, so let's drop by then. Oh, and hand me those photos. Masaki nodded, giving her Utsugi and Oribe's photos as instructed. By the way, Masaki, what is it? Will she even be at the hospital? I thought she only worked there part-time. I suppose we'll just have to come up with another plan if we don't find her there. Could probably just call there, no? But whatever. Who are we to question his methods, right? I returned to Kichijoji Station. The longer I waited to come up with a plan, the greater the chances the culprit would strike Kohane next. I had to keep her from dying at all costs. I couldn't tell Shizuru Hinagami either, of course. After all, that would most likely lead to the information getting leaked to the killer. And without proof, arresting the murderer was going to be the biggest problem. I'll have to lure them into a trap. I had to make sure it was absolutely foolproof, given how dangerous this was.
時坂先生
Professor Tokisaka. I stopped in my tracks. By this point, there was only one person who still called me Professor.
なんだい佐藤さん
What is it, Sato? Turned around to find Ayumu Sato there in her uniform, just as I'd expected.
お仕事中でしたか
Are you working?
まあね
More or less.
大変そうですね
Must be rough.
まあ仕事
Yeah, that's work for you.
昨晩の
Especially after last night, too. Ayumu glanced in the direction of Moonworld.
あいつあの後何
Has she said anything to you since?
今日は
I haven't seen her today, so no. Why, you didn't talk to her?
いないんですか
しばらく
Well, she was in a bad mood, so
それは仕
it's
方
your
ないと思います
fault. What you get for thinking you can handle everything all by yourself.
解決しようとして
Couldn't believe I was getting lectured by a girl younger than my own sister.
他の人にも
Did you
説
forget
明
to
していなかった
notify anyone
り
else?
すみませんか
Just think of it, did I even tell Masaki and Toji? No, knowing me, I'd probably figured they didn't need to know.
その点は大丈夫
I'm fine on that front.
だと
Probably.
何かお役に
Well,
立てる
just know I'm here to lend you a hand
い
if
つ
you
でも
need it.
お手伝いしますよ
いや気持ち
I
だけを
appreciate the
一つだけ
sentiment, but I'll have to pass.
危険なことは
I wouldn't
とても
dare
させ
put
ない
you in danger.
危険ではあ
So
る
there
けど
is something I can lend a hand with
役に
then.
立てることがあるんですね
Something dangerous.
あいやそういう
Hey, that's
話じゃ
not what I... This girl, I swear.
まあそのうち
Well,
何
I'll
かあ
come
った
to
ら
you
頼む
someday should the need arise. I tried to end the conversation there.
そのうちって
Well, will that someday be? But Ayumu wasn't having any of it. It was indeed something she could do for me, but it was far too risky. That said, if it worked, I could put an end to this whole tragedy once and for all.
何かあるみたいですね
Looks to me like you've got something in mind. Ayumu hit the nail right on the head, even though I'd only considered the idea for a few minutes.
何もないぞ
No, not really. You must be imagining things.
怪しいですね
That isn't very convincing. Damn, she was beating me at my own game. Seriously felt like I was getting backed into a corner, possibly because she wasn't that much shorter than me. Even now, it still boggled my mind that she was supposed to be younger than Yukari.
剣道でしたら多少の
I do know my way around the sword.
そういう過信
You
が
are
判断
aware
を
that's
鈍らせ
exactly
る
the
の
line
で
of thinking that makes people too cocky, right?
ええ
Yes, very much so. That's why I make sure to practice every single day.
毎日の鍛錬を怠らないようにしていますから
Wow, she's very persistent, that one, huh? If nothing else, this girl was dedicated.
ですから
So please, if there's anything I can do for you, don't hesitate to ask.
使ってくださいね
Oh, brother. Would have been ideal if I could dress Masaki as a woman, but that plan was apt to fail, since he was taller than me. And Ayumu was about the only one in the appropriate age bracket I could entrust with the job. Still, it was just too dicey. Our telling her to stay out of it because it was dangerous likely would have had the opposite effect instead. The gleam in the normally stoic Ayumu's eyes was all the proof I needed of that.
念には念を入れればなんとか
So long as we're extra careful, it might just work. Hopefully.
なんとかなるんです
We'll
ね
make it work, won't we?
なんとかしなくちゃならない
We have to. Otherwise, I'd have even more blood on my hands. Ooh, that's gonna be interesting, huh? Masaki and Toji arrived at the dusk-lit hospital. Right, let me quickly save. There wasn't a single patient to be found in the lobby, perhaps because it was a Saturday evening.
すみません沢城さ
They
んは
better
いますか
not, you know. It's kind of rich coming from Reiji, you know. It gives Masaki hell for taking Yukari to the Blessed Congregation HQ, and in the same breath he wants to do something dangerous, involve Ayumu in something dangerous. But yeah, whatever. Excuse me, it's Nurse Sawashiro in. Masaki addressed the nurse at the reception desk.
少々お待ちください
Why, yes. Just wait right here and I'll send her over. But shortly thereafter, that Nanako took the nurse's place.
あら、お見舞いですか？
Oh, are you here to see her?
Huh?
Huh?
どうなのですか？
What are you talking about? Masaki furrowed his brow.
誰？
Wait, you mean you don't know?
知らないんですか？
Miss Hazuki's here in the hospital.
入院されているのは
Miss Hazuki? Who's that?
誰ですか？
The owner of Moonworld. Never met her.
喫茶店でしたよね。
Oh, you mean that cafe, right? I've heard about the place, but I haven't actually been there. For the love of... Nah, forget it. We'll get to that later. Let's take care of our business first. Toji pulled herself together and turned back to Nanako.
何ですか？
Can I help you?
宇津木敬吾に
We're
ついて調べ
currently
て
looking
い
into
ます
Keigo
何
Utsugi,
か知っていたら
so
教え
we
て
are
ほしい
hoping
の
you
です
could
が
tell us anything you'd happen to know about him. A faint pallor of gloom shrouded Nanako's visage.
典型会の宇津木さんです。
You mean Mr. Utsugi of the Blessed Congregation, correct?
知っているも何も。
Unfortunately, we've never met, so it wouldn't be any help.
昔
I
は何
say,
度
on
も
that
人の
note,
集
we
落を
heard that
訪れていた
he
そう
used to frequent Hitogata
こ
some
の
time
男です
ago.
が見覚えは
Does
あ
he
りま
look
せんか？
familiar to you? Toji showed Utsugi's photo to Nanako.
知っているんです
Do
か？
you know him?
いいえ、
No, that still doesn't ring any bells.
見覚えはな
So
く
you don't recognize him then? No, I'm sorry I couldn't be of any assistance. Nanako hung her head. Well,
知らないのならば
'tis what it is.
仕方ないな
Toji sighed.
そうなると次
Guess
は
our
お前
next
の
best
父親
bet would be your father.
そうなりますか。
Oh yes, it certainly sounds like it. Masaki found Nanako's behavior suspect, but there was nothing he could say when Toji wasn't acting on that.
葉月さんの病室は
Where's Mrs. Hazuki's room?
はい。
Alright, this
こちらで
way.
す。
Yeah, we have to be ready to censor something, because if that's coming up what I think is in a moment, then yeah, that's not good. Relief swept over Nanako's face before she guided the pair down the hall.
あら、お久しぶり。
My, long time no see. Kyoko smiled when Toji came in, only to cock her head with bewilderment when she saw Masaki.
どちら様？
Who might you be?
時坂が
It's
雇ってる
Tokisaka's
探偵みたいだ
apprentice.
よ
Masaki Tomoyuki です。
My name is Tomoyuki Masaki. Masaki bowed and introduced himself.
ああ、
Alright, I've heard of you.
先月言っていたわね。
You're the one Yukari picked up off
ゆ
the
かりちゃんが
streets
拾ってきたって。
like a lost cat or something. Much as that phrasing did sit right with Masaki, he could do nothing but take it in silence, seeing how it was completely accurate.
葉月京子よ。
I'm Hazuki Kyoko. It's a pleasure to finally meet you.
よろしくお願いします。
Oh no, the pleasure's all mine, really.
傷の具合はどうだ
So, are you doing good?
ええ。
Yes, thanks for asking. It's far less serious than it looks. The painkillers are doing their job.
警察に届けを出
Sounds
して
to
い
me
ない
like
そ
you
うだ
didn't notify the police, though.
ええ。
That's right.
あまり
I didn't want to make too big a fuss out of it.
あなたがそういうのなら
It's your call. Do as you see fit, I guess. Toji snorted, clearly not placated. Okay. Masaki and Toji said their goodbyes and left Kyoko in the peace.
時坂さんの恋人ですか？
She missed Tokisaka's girlfriend.
本人たちは違うと否定する
I
だろう
think they'd both say no to that question. Toji lit a cigarette and exhaled those words with a puff of smoke.
まあそう考えても問題ない
Probably safe to interpret their relationship that way, though. Alright, if you say so. Toji's response had only left Masaki even more confused than when he'd ask. You know, friends with benefits. Okay, Fuyumi sat all alone in her dark apartment, staring off into space. Oh yeah, Reiji was going to talk to her, wasn't he? He said so, that he was planning on doing that. She'd lost the will to do anything ever since Yukiko's departure. While she'd somehow managed to bring herself to do her job, she couldn't so much as lift a finger after she got back home. The stacks of cash bequeathed to her by the blessed congregation sat neglected in the bag. Fuyumi didn't dare use any of that blood money, for doing so would be akin to acknowledging she sold off Yukiko. In either case, Fuyumi found herself alone. Up until a few years ago, that was the life she'd been used to. However, when Yukiko entered the picture, Fuyumi discovered what it was like to have a family for the first time in her life. Even if said family had been nothing more than a protracted game of house. Regardless, Fuyumi wanted to see Yukiko. Unfortunately, there was nothing she could do. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Fuyumi looked to the door, raising her head as slowly as a crane hauling cargo. That's, It rang again. Could that be Yukiko? Fuyumi bolted to the door with that notion before she even knew what she was doing.
Yukiko!
Yukiko? Huh? But sadly, her hopes were dashed. For the one standing there was in fact Kohane, Yukiko's schoolmate. Oh, I'm so sorry. I thought you were... Oh, it's alright, really. Your name was Tori, right? Need something? I was hoping you would let me see Yukio. What? For a moment, Fuyumi wondered if her his had betrayed her. Yukio? Doesn't she mean Yukiko? Even if she had, though, that was the one wish Fuyumi couldn't grant. Sorry, who did you say? Yukio. Yukiko's big brother. Yukiko's brother? Fuyumi had never heard of anyone of the sort. Yukiko hadn't had any other family back when Fuyumi adopted her. No one from the blessed congregation had ever mentioned the Yukio either. Are you sure you're not thinking of someone else? Alright, then let me see Yukiko, please. I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I can't help you with that either. I wish I could, believe me. Fuyumi feebly shook her head. Then in that case, Kohane set her back down and took out a notebook. Please get this to Yukiko. Kohane wrote something down. As soon as you can tomorrow, if possible. This is really important. I hear you, but I don't know how much help I can be with that. Regardless, Fuyumi started concocting a plan. She had work at the nursery tomorrow, so either she could ask someone else to do it, or perhaps... I'll do what I can, but I can't make any promises, so please don't get your hopes up. Still, please at least try to make it happen. Kohane tore out the paper when she was done, folded it in two, and handed it to Fuyumi. Alright, I will. Huh, wonder what that was all about. Fuyumi turned on the living room lights once Kohane left. She wouldn't be able to just hand the note off as is to a messenger. Thus she procured a manila envelope from the drawer. However, she was curious about what the note said, so she decided to take a peek first. Fuyumi gingerly unfolded the paper, mentally apologizing to Kohane all the while. Okay. Son of man's final day. Nigh is the hour which soul takes flight, lashed to tether his life at an impasse rue, the moment in which we see death loom. It's one of those acrostic poems again, huh? Well... yeah, I'm not entirely sure what this is all about, to be honest. You know, when they talked about this earlier, they said you always use, like, the first letters. But it doesn't seem to make any sense, so I'm not sure what the message is that is hidden in here is exactly. Oh, well. If you know, you could tell me, but, is this supposed to be a poem? Can't make heads or tail of it, though. Some kind of newfangled trend, maybe? Whatever it is, though, why does she need to get this to Yukiko as early as tomorrow? As early tomorrow as possible? Oh my god. Tomorrow's a Sunday. Something happening then? Fuyumi pondered the question for some time, only to end up with as many answers as she'd had at the start. Yeah, some hidden message in that. And if we had paid better attention, we probably would know how to read this, but yeah. I had my nose stuck in the case file ever since I woke up. Usually the victims were suddenly struck and injected with a muscle relaxant first. That probably wouldn't happen so long as you watched her 6, but one could never be too careful. Suddenly the doorbell rang. Yukari was here, so I didn't have to greet our guest at the door. Maybe putting a metal plate in a scarf would count as the killer's syringe. I would never want to wear a scarf like that, personally. Reiji, it's Sato. Yukari opened the door with a puzzled look on her face. You said she has business with you? Yep, send her in. Alright, if you say so. Yukari headed for the front door. It wasn't long before I heard footsteps approaching from down the hallway. Hope I didn't keep you, Professor Tokisaka. Not at all. What's with that huge bag? Oh, it's my bamboo sword. Ayumi explained that it is that as if she were telling me about some lint I'd spotted on her clothes. Sure, she was a member of the Kendo Club, so there was nothing odd about her carrying one of those around, but still. Sort of might need it. Well, not that it wouldn't be reassuring to have that on hand, but... What, should I have brought a wooden sword instead? No, just think about this for a second. Where are you supposed to hide this thing? Figured no one would see it if I hid it behind my back, under my clothes. Then you wouldn't be able to draw it, right? Very true. Ayumi set the bag down in the corner of the room and removed her coat. I considered bringing some kendo pads too, but I gave up on that idea because I left mine in the art room. You would have stuck out like a sore thumb with them on anyway. I could have worn them under my clothes. No, wait. Then they'd just get all stretched out. Ayumi shut down her own idea before she was even done voicing it. Well, we'll likely be up against someone armed with a blade, so we do need something that'll offer you protection though. I could tie a metal plate to my belly, but that might get me killed with how slow that would render me. What are you two talking about? Yukari came in with some tea. Oh, not much, just having a strategy meeting. I may not know what you mean, but could you come with me, Reiji? Yukari tugged my sleeve and dragged me out of the room. Reiji, please don't get Sato mixed up in anything dangerous. Don't worry, I'll be right there with her. That only makes me more worried. Knowing you, I'll feel you'll try to pull some sort of reckless stunt. You're being plenty careful, though it doesn't come to that. By the way, do you have a face mask? Ah, yes, but why do you ask? I returned to my room and handed Ayumi the face mask. What's this for? To hide yourself and to hide your face and defend yourself on the off chance our target employs gas. But I saw you said they tended to use a syringe with a muscle relaxant. Yeah, but that doesn't mean it's the only weapon in their arsenal. Can never be too safe. I couldn't risk her getting hurt if our killer decided to shake things up. Actually, speaking of which, I was toying with the idea of putting a metal plate in a scarf to protect your neck. How will you even wrap that up? And this was why it was always best to brainstorm in groups. Yeah, it does sound like a woman. Does sound like an idea with its own problems, I guess. Good morning, Miss Kayahara. Good morning. What's the matter? Are you feeling under the weather? Yeah, kinda. Yumi sighed. She knew better than anyone that looking so down in the dumps would only unsettle the children. However, she just couldn't snap herself out of this funk. Now that Yukiko was gone and she was all alone again, she feared she'd relapse into her old self. Whatever that means exactly. Maybe you should take some time off then. Nanako felt for Yumi's forehead. Her skin was cool.
熱はないようだけれど
It doesn't feel like you have a fever though.
風邪をひいていたら
Well, I wouldn't be coming into work if I had caught a bug. Say, Miss Sawashiro.
何です
Yes?
沢城さんは確か
You know a member of the Blessed Congregation, right? That guy who showed up at Moonworld on New Year's, I mean?
え
Yeah, but he's not a believer.
えただし
Simply their doctor for hire.
信者というわけじゃそれでも
That's
構わない
fine.
です
It's all the same for what I need, really.
これを
So anyway, could you get this to him or one of their members? Fuyumi handed an envelope to Nanako. It was the one with Kohane's note inside.
娘さん
Is this for your daughter?
本当は
Yeah,
自分に渡さな
much as I'd love to give it to her myself, it might turn me away at the door, so...
何があったの
Why, did something happen? Fuyumi just quietly shook her head. She couldn't explain the details. Alright, I'll do it.
分かったわ
Nanako nodded and put away the envelope.
ありがとう
Thank you, I'm so sorry to impose.
いいのよ
Oh no, that's not true. I have to go there today on business anyway.
なるしね
She's still a tad sus, that woman, I feel. Nanako handed her baby off to Fuyumi a moment later.
この子をお願
Take
い
good
し
care of her, alright? Baby was sound asleep.
ええしっかりと
Yeah, I won't let anything bad happen to her. Okay. The doorbell rang as I was kicking back in the living room. Funny, I didn't have anyone else scheduled to stop by today.
兄さん青木さんがいらっしゃいました
Seiji, Miss Aoki is here for you. Toji? Something come up?
邪魔するぞ
Sorry to bother you. Toji entered the living room and tossed me an envelope. What's this?
出版社をいくつか回って集め
Some info I scrounged up from a few publishers. So this is about the sheep of Purgatorio, huh?
佐藤さんちょっと
Could I borrow you for a minute, Sato?
何ですか先輩
Bro, what do you need? Kari, realizing where this was going after I shot her a look, left the living room with Ayumi and Tao. Good. I didn't want either of them to hear this.
文芸小説という雑誌を知って
Are you familiar with the magazine titled Art and Literature?
ああ
Yeah, it's the one that published Shin Katsuragi stories.
そこの編集
Right, now get this. Their editing department had an outline of the Sheep of Purgatorio's first draft.
初期や
Huh? Define first draft.
題名も何も入って
An
ない
untitled story left behind by the one and only Shin Katsuragi.
残したものだ
There's a facsimile of it in that envelope. I opened the envelope and found what she was talking about.
それは内容だけを
Simply an outline of the story copied by a member of the editing department. But sure sounds similar, doesn't it? Can say that again. Even a quick skim revealed without a shadow of a doubt that it was the draft for what would become the Sheep of Purgatorio.
編集部はこれがあることを根拠に
Apparently, the magazine might use their possession of this as grounds to sue the publishers of the book.
まあそれは勝手にやってくれって
I couldn't care less about that, honestly.
そもそも
Not much they can do when they can't even find the author anyway.
それも
Which they're trying to do, apparently.
ちなみに
Oh, speaking of which, the handwriting on the Sheep of Purgatorio didn't match anyone from the editing department.
身内を隠
Meaning they're not harboring him, huh? Still, there's only so many people who could have seen that outline.
人物ということに限られるわけだが
あくまで初
It's
期
just a
案
first draft outline, though.
似たような
Probably wrote several of those.
その初期案
By the way, how long has the editing department been in possession of that outline?
昭和30年
Since 1955, before the killings. Oh. Okay.
ああ
Makes sense.
事件後だった
Would have opened its own can of worms if they'd gotten it after. There was little to no chance that the published Sheep of Purgatorio had been written by a member of the editing department of art and literature, much less one of their friends or family. Otherwise, there would have been no point in forwarding it to another publisher. After all, it would have been easier to just send it to their own company and reap the benefits through there. Plus, there was the matter of the actual publishers of the Sheep of Purgatorio. It was unlikely that they'd ever been aware of the existence of this outline.
少なくとも桂木俊
This must have been the work of someone who's had direct contact with Shin Katsuragi, Shinji Mamiya, I mean. Though I had no idea when that would have been. Someone who found him on the run, maybe?
確かにそういう
Could be.
奴がいるのなら
That would put them in a position to learn about his outline. If such a guy is actually out there, that is. But then why did they write the manuscript themselves? Just to fulfill some sense of vanity?
それもあるだろうが
That's possible. But it could also be that Shin Katsuragi was unable to write the manuscript.
考えられる
You mean because he's dead or something?
もちろんそれだけじゃない
Potentially, but not necessarily. Like maybe he lost his arms or stopped writing entirely, or so he'd simply relayed all his ideas for someone else to write down. In all honesty, I didn't want to consider the possibility that he was dead. Because if he was, then what was I even chasing? I only saw him as a means to locate Toko. Or at least, this would be so much easier on me if I actually could regard him in such a way. Let's look into it. If there have been any sightings of him, dead or alive, should have also investigate any presently unidentified corpses.
だからそれは
Sure, sounds good, but could we save all this for another day? For after today, sorry. Why is something else happening today? No, wait, you're planning on doing something, aren't you?
まあちょっとな
Yeah, you could say that, yeah.
いつでも動けるよ
It
う
would
に
be a big help if you could be on standby in the event I need your assistance. Got it.
あと悪いんだけど
Oh, and sorry, but could you lend me your weapon?
してくれないか
I pointed to the tonfa hidden in the confines of her coat. Sure, I don't see why not, but why? You gonna use it?
俺じゃないよ
Nah, not me. I gestured down the hallway. You could have hauled her off, and yet there she was, eavesdropping just as I'd expected. It was frustrating, but that was just Ayumu for you. Damn, I had no idea your sister was such a badass.
いや違うって
No, you totally got the wrong idea. Ayumu is a badass, though. That much is fair to say. Nanako went straight to the Blessed Congregation's headquarters after dropping off her baby. In her bag was the letter for Yukiko that Fuyumi had given her. Nanako hadn't been told why exactly Yukiko was with the Blessed Congregation, but after Uribe's death just a day ago, it was clear something was going down in this building. However, she couldn't risk getting to the bottom of it. Nor did she even really want to. She considered it none of her business. Nanako was let inside after explaining her business to the imposing guard at the door. Much as she wanted to have a word with Naori, he apparently wasn't there at the moment. She suddenly grew forlorn at the realization she was all alone in their headquarters. That said, it wasn't like the Blessed Congregation had actually done anything, not that she was aware of anyway. I feel like they've done a lot of things, but we're not entirely sure what exactly. Even the story of how they'd had her fellow nurse killed was nothing more than a groundless rumor. For she knew murder wasn't the work of any sort of creed or dogma, simply emotions. Nanako turned around when she heard the door open behind her. I hear you have something for the Oracle. Nanako gasped when she saw the man standing there, Utsugi. He was one from the photograph she'd been shown yesterday, but that wasn't all. I believe this goes without saying, but we will be scrutinizing the letter before we consider delivering it. And visiting her is expressly forbidden, of course. Right. Nanako nodded and presented the envelope. Her mind whirls away. There's no need to be so tense. Utsugi spoke with a smile. However, Nanako drew away from him. She wanted to leave as soon as possible. I'll be going then. Nanako took a deep breath when she reached Naori's infirmary. You. She was sweating despite the cold. First yesterday and now this? Nanako wrapped her arms around herself, for she would never have been able to stop shivering otherwise. She stayed rooted in place for the next few minutes, weeping her heart out. Okay, we gotta... I think I gotta censor now. No, yeah, it's not happening yet. But it was gonna be a flashback at some point with Nanako, and it's pretty heavy. Yeah, but whatever. I dropped by Shinjuku. The plan was to pick up Masaki, visit Hinagami Pharmaceuticals, and ask Shizuru about Keigo Utsugi.
あ、時坂さん。
Oh, Mr. Tokisaka. But much to my surprise, Masaki was in Nakamuraya.
何してるんだ
What the hell are you doing?
何って。
Having lunch? What else does this look like? Masaki showed me a paper bag with curry bread
い
inside.
やまあそうなんだろうけどな
No, I mean, I get that. It's just, well...
食べますか？
Would you like some?
俺は肉まんにする
I'll go with a meat bun. Okay. So he made him buy lunch for him, huh? Masaki and I went to Hinagami Pharmaceuticals' office in Yotsuya after lunch.
大体のことは当時から聞いたが
Further basics from Toji, but let me make sure we're on the same page.
どうするんだ
What are you hoping to accomplish by looking into Utsugi's visits to Hitogata?
あんな何もないところに一体何をし
I
に
want
来てる
to
の
know
か
why
知りたいんですよ。
bothered frequenting a ghost town out in the sticks. My working theory at present is that he somehow needed to, in order to run their whole religious operation. Okay.
ニコがどうとか
Right, you mean that oracle concept that's similar to the one in your hometown?
そもそも
Yes, it looks like they carried over the Lord Hina face customs without the Shigusas being any the wiser. But since his visits were from before the war, back when Michio Shigusa was still alive, Utsugi shouldn't have needed to visit Hitogata. What reason could he have had to go there instead of Michio or Tokihiro Oribe?
でお前の親父さんは何か
And you
知って
say your father knows something?
昨晩電話を
Claimed as much when I called last night.
知って
で詳しい
Well, at
話を
least it's a
聞いて
better
みよう
reason to see an estranged parent than crawling back for money.
お前の妹だ
By the way, was your sister the one who took your call?
え
Yes, but why do you ask? Is that a problem?
いやなんでもないさ
No, not at all. I held my tongue when I saw Karin Hinagami behind the glass door.
お待ちしておりました兄様
We've been waiting for you, Ayato. It wasn't long before she came out to greet us.
中へどうぞ
Right this way.
え。あ
Thank you. Followed Masaki inside. Karin escorted us to the reception room where Shizuru showed not too long after.
わざわざ日曜日にお時間を取らせてしま
I
い
apologize for making you take time out of your precious Sunday to meet with us. About first, figuring Masaki would have felt uncomfortable kicking things off.
いやどうせ仕事だったから
Oh no, it's no trouble really. I had work anyway. Shizuru sat on the opposite sofa.
それで
At any rate, you wish to ask me about Keigo Utsugi, correct?
はい。
Yes, so you know
知って
him?
るそうですが
まあ
Well, yes, he is one of our shareholders after all.
小口ではあ
He
る
doesn't
が
have too many, mind you, but we still met. At least we know for sure that he owned Hinagami Pharmaceutical stock.
小口の株主であ
I'm
る
surprised considering he's not a major shareholder. Do you two meet frequently or something?
そういうわけではないが
Oh no, it has nothing to do with work. He just frequented Hitogata, that's all.
理由は存じ
Interesting. Would you happen to know why?
集落の祭りに興味があっ
He said he was interested in the festival. He showed up in March all the time, albeit not every single year.
一度も見たこと
You'd
は
think I would have seen him then.
お前がまだ小さい頃
No, he would have been far too young to remember. Besides, it seems he didn't stay at the inn so as not to attract attention. That made sense, seeing as how that was exactly what had happened to me when I'd visited just over 2 weeks ago.
集落の人間を極力
Is there really anything worth seeing that would merit all the cloak and dagger, though?
それは自分にもわかりません
I wouldn't know.
外
I
の
didn't
目で
understand it myself, honestly. Perhaps he got something out of it as an outsider and a member of a new religion at that.
しかし別のところ
But
に
if he didn't spend his nights at the inn, does that mean he had a friend in Hitogata or something?
知り合いがいたのですかあっちでは沢城が
Yes,
世話をして
Sawashiro supposedly, though I have no idea as to when they became acquainted.
沢城
Sawashiro?
ナナコさんの父
Probably
親です
referring to Nanako's father.
彼は
Yes, that's right.
鉱
He
山
was a
人だ
speculator, a prospector, that
そこ
is.
で片足を失った
But I hear that after losing a foot in an accident, he became a different kind of speculator. One who gambled his own money on the stock market. I'm guessing Utsugi was his go-between, which is how they became acquainted. That I wouldn't know. What I do know is that it was thanks to Utsugi that he found work in Tokyo. So Nanako knows him then? You have to ask her yourself. I did, she said she didn't. Must have been playing dumb then. Now, President Hinagami, when was it that Keiko Utsugi stopped visiting Hitogata? No later than after the end of the war, I'd wager. Not when he couldn't hold a legitimate festival anymore without the Oracle. Which would mean the last time he visited... March that year. The year Sachiko Kawase was made the curse of Lord Hina's latest victim. But that wasn't, But that was before the war, I saw. Let's see that again. I'll work in Tokyo. No later than after the end of the war. So it just means it happened before that, really. I wouldn't know since I wasn't there at the time, but I would assume he attended that year. After all, that was the first time they'd had a legitimate festival in ages. Do you mean a festival where the curse had struck? What's your opinion of the curse of Lord Hina, if I may ask? I think it's absolute hogwash. See, this guy is maybe not so bad. I mean, he has to follow the family traditions, of course, and all that sort of stuff, but I feel like he's a very reasonable guy, all things considered. So you don't believe in the curse, then? If you ask me, it's impossible for Lord Hina to curse people to death, regardless of what those up top and the residents of Hitogata believe. My thoughts exactly. I deliberately refrained from questioning him further on the subject. This wasn't the time to be broadening that angle. So listen to me when I say this, Ayato. What is it? Masaki looked up. Live your life as you see fit. Don't let anyone's expectations, not even your grandparents, or the rest of Hitogata's dictate how you live. That was always the plan. Masaki looked away, his cheeks slightly inflated. Suddenly there was a knock on the door. Come in. Pardon me, I know it's late, but I've brought some tea. Karen entered with a tray of teacups in her hands. Good, the stage is set. Ooh, set the trap, huh? Now we're doing it. Oh, incidentally, I've uncovered the identity of the last person on the list you gave me, President Hinagami. Took a teacup from Karen as I spoke. Karen's face scrunched up. I see, but the whole thing's already been... Yes, I'm aware. Still, there's a chance she'll be targeted regardless, so I'll be keeping her under my protection for the time being. Is that alright? Whoops, forgot I never told him. She's a student, I can't afford to reveal her name. But I'll probably have to notify the police sooner or later, given everything that's happened. Suppose that's for the best. She's at her side. Took a small sip of the tea Karen had served. What I still don't get is why his bridal candidates are the only ones being targeted. I shot Masaki a look. Does that have something to do with me specifically? If I had to guess, it's probably because you're the heir to this company. It's the most plausible theory at present. After all, without that prestige, he's nothing more than a hobo. I suppose I can't deny that. So he said, but he looked particularly offended by that comment. Still, that didn't matter. I had to keep this going a little longer. My first suspicion was that the killer didn't want him inheriting the company, but recently I've begun to believe I was on the wrong track. Why is that? Because they would have resorted to something far less harmful initially if that were the case. Death threats and the like, for example. Did you ever receive any such threats? I redirected the conversation to Karen. No, I don't think so. Figured as much. Company probably couldn't do anything if merely the bridal candidates of a non-employee, heir to their company or not, were being murdered, which wouldn't make for an effective threat. But above all else, the murderer could have just killed him if they didn't want him taking over. Hunting down his bridal candidates instead would be pointless. I'm afraid I'm not following, even if I'm not sure about the killer's precise motives. So this is all speculation, but what if, say, it would be inconvenient for our culprit if he did marry one of them? It's also plausible that the candidate lacked the proper criteria for marrying into the Hinagami family, hence the murders. The oracle marries into Hinagami family. It was none other than Shizuru himself who said that. But I'd never nominate a candidate who wasn't qualified. Yes, exactly, which is why you shouldn't take my theory all that seriously. Just dismiss it as the spitballing it is. I finished my tea and got up. At any rate, we'll be going now. Huh? I grabbed Masaki's arm and forced him to his feet. Thank you very much for meeting us. Oh, and thank you so much for the tea. You're welcome. With that, we left Hinagami Pharmaceuticals. Feels like all you did was say your piece. Masaki spoke up once we were outside. That was exactly what I was after. What do you mean? I tried dropping some bait, though it's a bit of a gamble. The question is how our culprit will learn about it. Or maybe they already knew. Now. Okay, I think this is probably a good place to stop for today. We didn't make get to the really exciting stuff yet, but I feel like this is gonna be on the agenda for tomorrow. This trap we've just set, it's gonna be interesting. I'm pretty sure about that. And yeah, so I'm looking forward to that. And yeah, I guess that's pretty much all I have to say on my part. Thanks, of course, for stopping by. Let's not forget that. Okay then, thanks again. Until next time, have a good one. Take it easy. Bye bye.